Everyone watching, welcome. This was me doing some brain training this morning. Gotta start things off right. My brain into gear for some aim training. Uh, uh, I also did not have the chat open for myself, so if anyone said anything, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. But yeah, that was good little brain training. Got my brain a little more focused. For me, it's kind of like the ultimate meditation. Like meditation times 10. Love it. I can also update my goal now. Beauty, 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 beauty. Hassan, good morning, my dude. I think I'm gonna jump straight into aim training. Hassan, you might have missed it, but did a little brain training. Got my brain into gear, and I'm gonna do some aim training to kick things off. I think it's good to pump out my first hour of aim training right away, so that I'm not doing what I did yesterday, where I'm doing everything right before I go to bed. I am chat Arthi that Sumimasen. What? Okay. Go to my playlist. Nice. So we're gonna go game capture, video capture. Da, da, da. Done. Done. Cool. Feeling good about that. Shuffle it up. Looking at my brain training score real quick. Cool. Pretty good session. Ooh. I'm gonna switch back. One sec. We'll do brain training. I need to update this. Now at 618. Cool. All right. So we're gonna hop into some aim training. But first, I'm gonna be experimenting with another headset that I got. I've actually had it for quite a while, but I have not used it a ton. I know it's something that Noted, um, if you know Noted, like a YouTuber, now he's Valorant player. He uses it a lot when he does aim training. So I think it was like him that kind of inspired me to get it, and I'm gonna start using it. I don't know how much of a difference I'll notice with it, but I'm gonna experiment with it. Always experimenting. So I'll be right back. I just gotta prep that headset. This, for anyone watching, is a transcranial direct current stimulation headset. Basically, zaps the brain in such a way that might enhance learning and in this case motor skill learning. But it also requires that you like soak. Gotta go to my class. Yeah, fair enough. It requires that you like soak the headband like on top in water because it needs that water to conduct the electricity. And so the only way that I find that this works is if it's completely soaked and it's almost dripping water. So I have the headband to kind of collect water as it drips down onto my shoulders. But not a bad setup. We'll make it work. Yeah. Got connected to the app and then we'll get started. Alright. Get into some aim training, dude. Get into it. Yeah. Also, later today, I am planning to upgrade my mouse pad. The one I have right now is pretty nice in terms of like material and the design of it. Got the big eAthlete Labs logo on it, but I need to get a larger one just because I've lowered my sensitivity, and so I definitely find myself running out of room. I might try to get like a custom one made, but I'll have like a temporary one in the meantime. I'll try to get something like relatively cheap and big. Kind of excited about that. I'm excited to see how nice it'll be when I have a large mouse pad. Emmers, before I went to sleep last night, the title was something like Aim Train with Aggressive Music. Did you find some type of research to get you to do that? No, I was just feeling really tired, and I thought that the way to wake myself up would just be to listen to some aggressive Korean music. So that's what I did. And I don't know, I think that like music can kind of alter our mood. So if we're in a tired mood, like intense music can kind of hype us up. If we're in already like a hyper mood, like some lo-fi chill music can kind of keep us relaxed. I also, based on research that I have seen on music, when it comes to something like playing the game where you need to think a lot more, or it comes to like actively learning something, listening to like intense aggressive music is usually not helpful. The only way it would be helpful is if it's like purely a motor skill, so that you don't need to actively consciously be thinking. You're just, it's all like subconscious movements and subconscious training. Ooh, high score. Oh well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. What kind of music do you listen to if you're trying to get amped up and pumped up for something? Any type of music like that, that's fair. I think that's like the go-to kind of music when people are like working out or doing something really intense. Like that just demands a lot of energy. But like for day-to-day life, I don't think it's as common to listen to like aggressive, intense music. The only time I listen to unique type of music is when I'm mad. The music, like some type of screaming rap, it normally helps calm me down. Then go back to the normal playlist. Yeah, I completely understand that. Sometimes like really aggressive music is like almost therapeutic. I definitely understand that. Because it replicates the feeling, it calms you down. Yeah, I don't really know the psychology to that, but it's interesting to consider that because it replicates the feeling, it helps calm me down. I wonder what happens inside the subconscious mind to create that calming effect. Holy shit, high score. Seeing those high scores are gonna become more and more rare the longer this goes on, so I'm gonna savor them when I see them. Going back to good luck. Looks smoother today. Some new brain stuff you trying? Hell yeah, always trying new brain stuff. Thanks for noticing. And thank you for the good luck, Emers. Yeah, it feels like things are slowly starting to feel more and more smooth, which is it's a good feeling. I'm gonna take off my brain stuff. I'm done with it for now. Reflex. look soon. Uh, follower. Thank you. Appreciate it. Feel free to hop in the chat. Tell us about yourself if you'd like. Tell us what game you play, where in the world you live. Or if not, you can lurk too. That's okay. Hey, young Garquez? Garquez? How do I say that? Young Garquez. Are you an FPS player? Are you trying to become a pro? I am, but I suck at absolutely every game. Okay, that's all right. What game do you want to be good at? What game do you play the most these days? I score. Every time I play that one, I feel like that's like one of the hardest for me, but I always feel good about it. I'm enjoying this warm-up session. This is going good. Young Garquez, are you trying to get good at Valorant, at CS:GO, Call of Duty? What's your game of choice? High score. Love seeing that shit. Today you're starting with aim up. It's true. Today I'm switching it up. I'm starting straight with the aim training. I don't think I'll be able to do an evening aiming session like I did yesterday. So I got to start early today. Is it team or only you? Technically there's like we work with quite a bit of people like for coaching as an example through our coaching program. We have like a in-game coach for every game and we have like a performance psychologist that we work with. For like the supplement production, we work with like an entire manufacturing team, consultants. Like there's a lot of people behind the scenes, but everything in terms of like writing and researching YouTube videos and most of the front end stuff is me. So yeah, there's a lot of manpower that goes into everything we do, but on the front end, it's mostly just me. What modes do you have in the playlist? A lot. One sec. I'll show you. Switch over. Search mode. It's hard to see because I'm there, but basically, all of these. So you have like my clicking, tracking, and switching. I tried to even it out relatively close among all of them. So sometimes I'll have to do a few of them twice. Like for clicking, I don't think I have to do any of them twice because there's so many clicking routines in there. But for stuff like switching, I do like strafe shot, I believe multiple times, or at least strafe bot. I have strafe bot twice, rocket shot twice, things like that. And like to be fair, MDC, this isn't necessarily the best routine to have. This is just a routine that I put together just after kind of cutting out all the ones that I thought were kind of a waste of time. Hopefully at the end of the 10 days, I can go through and refine the playlist and kind of create a better playlist that I would confident in recommending. Because so far, I've like throughout this challenge, I might come to realize that like some of them are only good for like a couple days and then they become too easy. But for now, I'm just kind of figuring out as I go. Yeah, no problem. But let's step back. Move. Be back. Cool. And let's go back to the game. Cool. High score. Love seeing that. High score. But I see you have a good aim, but you sometimes choke, but not for a long time. Yeah, developing that consistency is just going to come from constant training. Sometimes I even feel like my wrist kind of like almost lock up a little bit, and I have to like consciously like relax it. I think that's just a sign that it's like slowly developing. So, I don't know, day 3, and I'm already feeling this like a confident level of improvement. So, it's pretty good so far. Okay. Can you repeat your answer? Basically, I feel like while I'm training during a specific drill, I might feel my wrist get kind of tight and almost lock up a little bit, which is not necessarily it's basically just my wrist getting used to these motions, and so I'll have to consciously think like relax my wrist. So I'll like put my focus on my wrist and relax it, and it kind of fixes the problem. But I think with more training, that will just like stop being a problem altogether. So I think it's just a matter of like continuously trying to relax my wrist and then just keep practicing. And I'm sure by the end of the 10 days, it'll be definitely a lot less of an issue. Because I don't think the like choking is like a mental thing. I think it's just very much a physical thing. At least like in this specific scenario, like in aim training. High score. Nice, nice, nice. Another high score. Cool. That's the last one for that. I have another 30-minute routine to go through, and then we'll take a break and do some research. Before that, some liquids into me. Yeah, MDC. People don't want to watch the stream anymore. They're sick of watching me aim train, but it's okay. I'm gonna keep it going because I'm in it for 10 days, dude. Quite honestly though, if no one watched the stream, it won't be that bad. Uh, like I imagine some people will see the VODs, and if literally like one person watched it, like that's okay for me. So I'm glad that you're here, MDC. Thank you. It's Mate? Mate? How would I pronounce that? Okay. Mate. Alright, dude. Put some music on. I also noticed that every time I play a game or I do some aim training, we get every time I play a game or I do aim training, less people want to watch it than if I'm just doing research. I think people like the research process more, which I'm actually very surprised by. I think I like the research process more as well, but I thought that would be boring for people to watch. Yeah, right when you said you're too far from the mic, I was like correcting it. Uh, routine, shuffle it up. Oh, your headphones weren't fully plugged in. Okay. In the 10-day experiment, you're gonna research for 1 to 2 more days, then record the video for the channel. I don't really know yet. I might do a lot more research than 1 to 2 days. I'll have to figure that out because I don't have the idea fully formed as to what I want it to be about. I might end up trying to do more interviews for it and talking to more aim coaches, but don't know. I have a lot of ideas, but I don't know what like the best idea is. So I gotta think about it more. I gotta do a lot more research. Ooh. Right now it's almost 12 o'clock actually. It's almost noon. It's like 7 p.m. for you. That's crazy. So you're are you just like kind of relaxing, chilling at the end of the day? High score. Fair enough, Mate. Sounds kind of relaxing. Sounds chill. So it is it's Friday evening for you. Well, it's like Friday morning for me. Yeah, dude. I'd say I'd definitely be down to play Valorant with you at some point. I during this challenge, I'm not sure I'll have a lot of time, but after it, I want to do some sort of Valorant challenge. I think that'd be really fun. You got me excited. Yeah, dude. I'd be super down. It'd be a good time. I score. Have you ever played shooter games on mobile? I've actually never played any shooting games on mobile. I no, I've just never really thought about it. I don't really play anything on my phone, to be honest. If I want to play games, I always just hop over to like a console or computer. I think like mobile gaming is a lot more popular with the younger generation these days because their phones are good enough to actually play decent games, and a lot of good games you can get on the phone. But I just never really grew up playing a lot of like decent games on my phone. All I got a mobile gaming when I was quarantined in March. So the grandparents for like 3 months and didn't have a laptop there, so I tried some shooter games on mobile. I like them more and more. That's actually really cool. I think like mobile esports is something that's kind of on the rise right now. So I really respect mobile gaming actually. Do you play a lot of like mobile shooter games these days, or are you kind of balanced between all platforms? God. I'd love so much that I changed from 2 fingers, 3, 4, then 6. I balance between them. Yeah, it sounds complicated. Badass though. From 2 to 3 and 4 is hard because your fingers hurt for like 1 to 2 weeks. Yeah, I could imagine like training your fingers to work like that is pretty intense. Martin, how's it going? Good to see you, dude. Can you add me in Discord? If you're like, are you in the Yeti Lab Discord server? If so, you can just add me. Send a friend request. Cool. Dude. Cool. Got the friend request. I see the research is still going strong. Yeah, dude. Research is going pretty strong. A lot of my time now is just on the trying to train myself, Trying to get my aim to a smooth and consistent level. At the same time, testing if AimLab is really good at doing that or not. Have camera recoil, or is it only your aim? I think, yeah, this gun has recoil, so it kind of pops up a little bit every time I shoot. You can turn the recoil off in the settings. Maybe. Can I? Should I? Maybe I should. Might be a good idea. Um, Okay. Keep it going. RDX, how come you're practicing now? I'm just trying to balance out the practice, so I I don't want to have to like chunk it all at the same time, and I have 3 hours worth of it. So I basically want to do a little bit of practicing right now. I want to do a little bit of research, and then I want to go back to finish the practicing. And like yesterday, I ended up having so much extra practice I needed to do at the end of the day, which was fine because I had time at the end of the day, but I won't have time this evening. So I'm trying to like get it all in while I have time. Um, and your content is amazing. Thank you. That really means a lot. I appreciate that. Also, I've not seen you in the chat, so feel free to tell us about yourself. What game do you play? And when are you going to become a pro? Fishy, what's up? It's good to see you, dude. You should try changing the color theme to black and red. Target black background. It helps me a bit personally. Okay. I don't know if I want to mess with the colors right now, because I feel like that would really help with like the contrast between the targets in the background. But I want to keep that like not easy and not hard. I want to keep somewhere in the middle, because I know in real games it's not going to be that easy as like red target and black background. So I don't want to become dependent on that. I want to develop my visual acuity, because I definitely need to. And hopefully your channel booms. Your analysis and hard work really shows in your vids. Although I'm a mobile gamer, your vids are still helpful. Well, dude, thank you for all the nice things that you're saying. Hopefully the channel does boom at some point. That'd be really cool. But in the meantime, I'll just keep doing exactly what I'm doing, putting in the hard work, putting in the research and time, and hopefully I can keep streaming some of that, because this is fun so far, and I like when you guys are able to tune in and see the process in action. You see Ron Rambo Kim's newest video. I've not watched it yet, but I'm gonna be talking to him tomorrow. So if you guys have any questions that you want me to ask him, then let me know. Very nice. Keep in mind he's sponsored with AimUp. Yeah, for sure. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Of course. I don't think I'm gonna ask him questions like, well, maybe I will. I was gonna say I won't ask questions like, is AimLab better than Kovacs? It's like I don't know if what he's allowed to say. But I'm gonna ask him a lot of questions just about like general aiming skill and like how to develop it in his career. He's had like a really interesting career in esports, so I really want to just like dig into that. I think I'm mostly excited about that. And then I'll just ask like bonus tips for like how to be better at aiming, and what kind of tips he'd give to you guys. Ooh, I got a high score. That's badass. Once an analyst named Gaming Pro Ocean mentioned your channel. Yeah, that's sweet. And I've followed you since. Really is very popular in India as an analyst and caster. Keep practicing though. Your aim seems magnetic. Thank you. This is just like a couple days of progress. I see improvements. Yeah, when I get these high scores is exciting. Also, I want to check out who that analyst is. That's really crazy that someone mentioned me. Ah, very cool. Yeah, let's keep it going. What's your sense? I would set like Valorant sensitivity, which is like zero point 0.4 Valorant sensitivity and 800 DPI. Forget the exact inches per 360. But it's like medium sensitivity, medium to low. So for an online exam, hopefully you can get your stream after that. Keep the good work. Good luck on your exam. I hope you absolutely kill it and get the 100%. Yeah, I know it's optimal. Okay, cool. Cool, fishy. That's optimal. Hell yeah. Um, Are you on Instagram? Who's that question for? If that's for me, then yeah. eAthlete Labs. That's one of the hardest and useful tests for beginners. Like the line trace one. Yeah, I like the line trace one. I score. That's what I like to see. God damn it. Yeah. You can sing a song, please. What kind of song do you want to hear? I know Happy Birthday. Um, Also, Kitty, I don't believe we've seen you in the chat. Feel free to tell us about yourself, what game you play, and when you're gonna become a pro. We want to hear. Holy shit, high score. Matei is back. You can sing a dong is be funny. I'm from Israel. What game do you play, Kitty? Are you a high level competitive player? Are you an FPS player? Oh, cool. So I'm done the first hour of the day, which means we have let's see, add this on. TF2. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. I haven't paid attention to TF2 lately. Is there still like a competitive scene for that, or like tournaments that you could get into with that game? So we're at 7 out of 30 so far. Yeah. Cool. Play sometimes with one of my friends TF2 just for fun. I've played it before. I've probably put a couple hours into that game, just enough to like understand the basics. Okay, we'll go back to research mode. Okay. There. Braden, why are you playing standing up? I like to switch it up. I like to stretch out the legs and the lower back, and you know, get a little variety going. Plus, it's healthier, dude. It's not healthy to sit for long periods of time. All right. Switch this into research mode and move this in so you guys can see the full screen. Is it harder than sitting down? No, I think it's about the same. I've been like dialing, like my desk can like adjust a lot, so I can adjust it like, I don't know, just to be like the same amount of like height relative to my elbow. So whenever I'm sitting or standing, it feels almost the same. I've seen this video. Is this his newest one? Yeah, I wanted to watch it. It's like a 3-minute video. It feels so good to chat with such a person like you. Oh man. Oh man, that feels so good to hear that. RDX, if I stream daily, you better be there daily. Okay. Watch it. Pause the music.
Hello and welcome to FPS Coach. My name's Ron Rambo Kim, and in this video, I'm going to talk about the no forearm position, or in other words, only having the hand and wrist on the table and mouse pad. Before we start the video, I want to let you know about Back Armor, a back posture brace that supports the back and shoulders into healthy positions. As someone who works full-time on the computer, I find my shoulders slipping into a rolled forward
How long do you research in total? I haven't been totaling my research hours, to be honest, but
as my shoulders are braced and
at least 1 or 2 hours every day for the past like
Back Armor also keeps
few days, I guess like 5 days or so.
Consistent alignment, which helps the consistency of
Quite honestly, I feel still pretty early days in the research side of things.
Alright, now on to the video. The first player that I remember using the no forearm position is my former teammate from Team 3D, Sal Volcano Garazzo. He was regarded as one of the best aimers in the era of Counter-Strike 1.6 and Counter-Strike Source, and a huge reason why our team was successful. As you can see here, Volcano only has his hand and wrist on the mousepad. I asked him recently if he was a wrist aimer, and he said he actually aims quite often by shifting his entire arm. Another world-class player who uses this no forearm position is K-Scarado from Furia, a top 3 CSGO team at the time of this video. I spoke with Furia's head coach Nicholas, and he said due to K-Scarado's high sensitivity of 4, his aiming is only done with the bending and flicking of the wrist. And lastly, Alish from Team Liquid, 2009.
Do any of you guys do this? This looks kind of insane to me. Just having your arm completely off the table and only using your wrist. It's crazy.
2019's 4th best CSGO player also uses the no forearm position. The noticeable downside of having the mouse near the edge of the table is there's barely any mousepad space to move the mouse closer. This is a huge problem from games like Fortnite, Arena.
So like, I think that would be valuable if you grew up with like a really small desk and just small space to play. I imagine that's why a lot of players developed that aiming style.
Shooters
And I think I was like that. I used to be like that for sure.
Aiming.
Like
But
not
for
that
tactical
extreme,
shooters
but I
like
used to be
CS:GO
mostly
and
wrist
Valorant,
because
where
of that
most the
reason.
aiming happens
Just
across
no
the
room.
X-axis, this no forearm position actually makes some sense. And that's because you can use the edge of the table as an X-axis guideline to keep the mouse on track. This is what Volcano does when he shifts his entire arm to the left and right. If the edge of the table or mousepad is always crossing the hand or wrist in the same place, the mouse will move in a straight horizontal line. Granted, the mouse isn't overly shifted
RDX,
to
that's alright.
clockwise or counterclockwise.
I'm also curious,
tricky
do
things
you have
about placing the
notifications
forearm
on
on
for
the table
this
is that
channel
sometimes
specifically?
It's difficult to place the exact amount.
I'm just
every
curious
time.
if
The
you
edge
do
of the
get
table can be
notifications.
used as an anchor point for the wrist, like how K-Scarado plays. Because he has such a high sensitivity and aims only with the wrist, he eliminates the variable of worrying about where to place the forearm or aiming with it at
You
all.
move your arm sometimes.
One of the keys to this no forearm position is having the elbow lower than the surface of the table and mousepad. I find this position feeling awkward if my elbow is too high. Start by placing the elbow as low as it can go and really feel the edge of the table and mousepad intersecting at the base of the hand. Test your wrist flicks, and if this no forearm position helps you with your left and right X-axis aiming. Continue experimenting with various elbow positions by raising it, lowering it, and moving it closer or further from the body. Give it a try. Who knows, maybe it'll work for you and become part
Arm
of your
mostly,
aiming
then
formula.
wrist. I have the arm on the desk. Yeah, what I'm leaning towards is like really putting my arm right on my desk, almost up to where I guess my elbow's hanging off the desk. And then I mostly rely on like wrist and a little bit of forearm. Yeah. Only half the, wait, no, a quarter. Okay. I wanted to do, what is it? It was like Dr. Levi, right? Specifically his like game on I don't know, esports. It's just specific. He has like 3 videos on this. Are they all the same? Shoulder and elbow pain while gaming. Gamers 2.0. Carpal tunnel. Okay. Hold hands during computer use. Index finger exercise. I don't think that's as necessary for us. Okay. Interesting. Today's research is going to be around keeping our hands healthy, not developing carpal tunnel, and what stretches we should be doing. So yesterday I did research on central nervous system fatigue, which is basically if you overtrain, it both tires out the muscles, but it also tires out the nervous system, and it basically your nervous system says like, okay, like relax, like we need to like recuperate, we need some time to recover here. And usually within like, I don't know, like 30 minutes, it kind of like goes back to normal and you don't feel as fatigued. Um, but I imagine with some sort of like stretching in between aim training, like every few minutes, if you have the right kind of stretching, it might actually reduce that effect. It might allow you to basically train for longer or to get more out of your training. And those are two separate things. Get more out of your training and train for longer. Getting more out of your training means when your central nervous system is fatigued, it basically uses less muscles in your wrist and hands. And when it uses less muscles, it means those muscles aren't getting trained. So we basically lose our ability to not only perform, but we actually get less out of our practice. And for that reason, I think it's important to understand some sort of training or some sort of stretching routines that we could do during aim training. So I'm gonna start just doing like a brief overview of that. And I've heard this guy's name get thrown around a little bit, so I'm
Hi,
gonna
this is
rely on
Dr.
him.
Levi, the fitness doctor. Let's talk about this new phenomena of hand injuries in gamers. Gamers and e-sport players, you're in for a lot of great information right now. I want to share with you exercise that will help you improve and increase your actions per minute, increase the efficiency at which you play, increase your speed, but more importantly, allow you to
Speed
have
and
an extended
efficiency.
career as a professional gamer or as an amateur gamer. Gaming is great for everybody. So let's talk about several things that you should do. These are my top 7 tips for gamers. Number 1, I recommend you take a 5-minute break every 60 minutes. Many of you play, of course, sometimes
It's a
4
decent
to 12 hours a day.
piece of advice.
Think about it. That's a lot of time of flexion and extension of your fingers, of your wrist, of your elbows. I want you to think about taking a 5-minute break every 60 minutes. That means over a 6-hour period, you've actually taken 30 minutes of break time. You really need that to manage and to improve your actions per minute, but more importantly, to extend your career in gaming. Secondly, I recommend
Okay.
that you take time, maybe once or twice a period of 5 minutes, to just put your hands under warm water. Let your hands run under the
That's
warm water
interesting.
gently, and while you're in the warm water in the basin, just move your fingers up and down. All right? Number 3, I recommend these exercises. Take a look. Make a full fist. Open your hand wide. Tabletop. This is called a claw fist. This is a half fist. This is a full fist. So take a look again. Open your hand wide. Make a full fist. Tabletop fist.
All right, take it easy,
Claw
RDX.
fist. Half fist. And a full fist. After you do that, I recommend the following. Tip number 4. Stretch your fingers out. Take your thumb. Stretch your thumb back. Stretch each finger back.
Okay. Like stretch individual fingers.
Each one, bring them back, bring them back, bring them back. Then do blocking exercise, especially for your thumb. Because your thumb, of all the digits on your hand, the thumb gets worked a lot by gamers. So, blocking exercises for your thumb. Back, forward, across,
It's very relevant for console
piano,
players for sure.
reverse piano, full fist, open fist. Hands wide, open, close, open, close. Stretch, stretch your arm out, wrist down,
Ooh,
wrist up, around the world,
I like that.
back around
The
the
wrist
world,
stretches.
elbow in, elbow out. The 5th tip that I recommend is actually just to take time to shake out your hands, shake out your fingers, just for about 1 minute. 1 minute every 2 to 3 hours, just take a minute to simply shake your hands out. Shake them out. Shake your wrist out. Tip number 6, I'll show this to you. These are again called inertial exercises. This will help with respect to any type of development of lateral epicondylitis or tennis elbow. So you have your arms straight out, elbow straight. Bring your hand straight up as if your palm is against the wall. And I want to do it 2 different ways. Take your other hand and bring your fingers back. Extend your fingers back with your elbow straight. Then hold your hand and bring your hand back with your elbow straight. Hold each of these for approximately 30 seconds. Then flex your hand down and gently bring your wrist down. Again, we're stretching out the extensors of your forearm.
Feels good.
Specifically, the extensor carpi radialis longus, the extensor carpi radialis brevis. For gamers, this is very important. These are called inertial exercises, and I recommend that you do these again every 3 hours for about 2 to 3 minutes. This is very, very important. Specifically, when you're gaming for extended periods of time for 4 to 8 hours, if you really want to increase your action per minute, your efficiency and your speed, and hopefully you're winning, you want to do these exercises. Very important. Tip number 7, it's important
Yo,
that you
back.
massage your hand.
Good. We're learning a lot about stretching our hands.
Use the other hand, especially the thumb. The thumb is very powerful. And the thumb is 42% of all functional motion of your hand. So you really want to have healthy thumbs.
A crazy fact. I did not know that.
So just massage your
I think the thumb is less necessary on keyboard and mouse, but no, I guess even controlling the mouse, the thumb plays a pretty big role. Makes sense.
On each hand. And then just make a fist. Shake out your wrist. Around the world. Back around the world. Full fist. Open fist. Table again. Half fist. Full fist. Repeat those exercises. As a gamer, as a game lover, it's important that you understand if you truly want to increase your actions per minute, your speed, your efficiency, your winning time, and have a prolonged career, these exercises are essential. I wish you the best. This is Dr. Levi.
I like it. I like it a lot. I wonder if all of his videos are going to be like the same.
Gaming community. Gamers often present with tendonitis of their wrist, hands, and fingers. So it could be from using a console, it could be from using the keyboard, and many times it's simply from overuse. You know, in our community, we use our hands so much, especially as a gamer, as an esports athlete. So I want to show you today some specific easy exercise that you can do that will be preventive, but more importantly, you can do while you're in your car, you can do them while you're playing, you can do them while you're walking, just simple exercises to prevent this problem. Now, when it comes to tendonitis, well, let's talk about the basics. What is tendonitis? Tendonitis simply means inflammation of the tendon and the tendon sheath. Now, the tendons can be the extensor tendons. For example, this is extension of your hand and of your wrist, or it can be your flexor tendons. This is flexion of your wrist. This is flexion of your fingers, extension of your fingers. So it can be either one of those, the flexors or the extensors, which can become inflamed, become problematic. Now, the exercise that I will show you are easy to do, but simply be considerate about doing them every day for about 3 to 5 minutes. That's not a lot of time. So I'm going to take a seat here. I'm going to show you. Well, before I do that, I want to go over a few things. If you're using a console, for example, so take a look at this. How many times will you do that during the game? How many times? You know, you won't use these a lot, but just think about this. How many times are you doing this? Many, many times. Thousands of times per hour. How many hundreds of thousands of times during a month? So with that said, these fingers, your thumbs, take a beating. So as a gamer, I want to show you some things you can do to prevent these problems. So take a look. The first one is really simple. Your hand is forward. Bring your thumb down like this and simply hold. Just in that position. Hold that for 30 seconds. Really simple and easy. Now, bring your fingers over and let your fingers hold your thumb down like this for 30 seconds. Now, as you hold like this, I want you to do this with your fingers. Gonna piano your fingers in and out. But you're keeping the thumb next to your palm. Now, try it right now. You're going to see it's not as easy as it may look. So your thumb
It's
is
true.
down.
I feel kind of
gathering
stretching
your
in my
fingers
wrist when I do that, just holding
gathering
the
your
thumb in
fingers
like
out,
that
just
while
like
you
that.
piano the
So
fingers.
a set of 10 in and out like this. Now the thumb is going to feel maybe a little bit tired. Now open your fingers here. Now lift your thumb up and out. So take a look, in and out just like this. Now this, when you do this, when you first release your thumb, it may feel slightly, you may have some discomfort there. That's okay, we'll work through it together. So again, your thumb is up, in and out.
It's a very
just like
comforting
this.
demeanor.
Now, you're gonna put your hand flat.
He
you're
just
going
wants to take care of
roll
everyone.
your thumb around, just like that, for a set of 20. Roll your thumb back for a set of 20. In and out, in and out. Roll 20 this way, you're gonna roll 20 back the other way. Now, you're gonna take your fingers, now take a look. You're gonna bring them in, down, and now the thumb takes control. Thumb over the finger. So, up. Everything starts with the elbow straight now. So a set of 10. So roll your fingers down, 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 wrist down, thumb across. Thumb out, fingers out, up, 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 wrist back. Now you're gonna feel
That's
this
good.
in your forearm, you're gonna feel it in your fingers. You will especially feel this if your hands are weak, or if you game, 6 to 18 hours a day, and you're not doing the stretches, you are definitely going to feel this. But it will help you in the long run. So I'm asking you to do these exercises so you can be healthy, so you can be fit, so you can have a long gaming career without any injury. It's very important. So let's go it one more time. So again, I'm gonna start here, with your elbow straight, your hand is extended, bring your fingers down, 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 wrist down, and now the thumb is king, the thumb across. And you can even drop your wrist even more like this. So again,
I
up,
don't think my wrist bends
thumb
that much.
out,
That's crazy.
hand up, fingers up, 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 and hold it. And you do this very, very slowly. It's not this, bop, bop, bop. No, it's not that. Everything is slow. So you here, up, thumb out, roll your fingers out, or your hand is straight. Our community healthy, and to know and understand that gamers are athletes. All those issues that I take care of in the gaming community, I want you to avoid them. So, as well as posture issues with respect to, again. So for carpal tunnel, again, with carpal tunnel, as well as possible atrophy of the thenar muscles here. So this video, really simple, will give you some exercise that you can do, why to avoid these injuries. So here you go. The first is one we talked about before. I'm gonna give you a new take on it. These are gliding exercises. So the elbow
Gliding
straight,
exercises.
and you have a loosely held fist here, and you're gonna just roll around for 10 times this way. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And here, that's tremendous. Rest that area, but more importantly, help you use your hand side. So I really want you to get this. This is going to really help your forearms. Because so often when we're playing, you can get forearm pain or elbow pain. This will help you tremendously. So take a look. So one arm is flexed down. The other hand will catch that hand and bend it and hold it. Now, when this hand is flexed, this one is extending so I want to do it here. So you're flexing here, you're flexing here. And hold like this for 30 seconds. And hold for that. And then those exercises, again, the gliding exercise and the 2 versions of those. All right.
I think out of like all of the exercises he's introducing, I really think for like aim training, at least the style that I use, usually I can feel tension in my wrist, not necessarily pain. I think I'm not playing enough for it to become like a health risk. But in order to kind of relax the wrist and get the most out of my aim training, I think I like the exercise of like stretching out the arm and holding the hand like that. I think like when you do that, you can feel the stretching the most, like that. The finger ones, like the pianoing the fingers, I think that's really helpful for console playing, but I don't think that's as necessary here. There's just not a lot of like action with my fingers per se. They're just holding the mouse and doing micro movements. But yeah, I really like his wrist exercises for what I'm using. If you guys are mobile players, I think the finger ones are probably a good idea. Even just like closing and opening the hands and trying to stretch it out. My arms are a little bit hurt from doing what? From just stretching like that. Definitely don't like overdo it, but just do it enough where you can feel a stretch. Your arms are a little bit hurt. How did you hurt your arms? From that stretching or from something else?
Now, the next a tennis elbow. It's just holding down like this. This will be great for you to do. Show exercises. Doing it, and don't forget, subscribe, like, and follow. Gaming, even while you're gaming.
Shoulder and elbow
shrug your
pain.
Shoulders up and down, just like this, for a set of 10.
From
While
elbow
you're
to
gaming.
fingers.
That's not gonna be that distracting. For a set of 10. While you're gaming.
Damn.
Then rolling your shoulders back.
Stretch them
for a
out
set of
from
10.
stretching. Shit.
Really,
Okay. Well,
really simple. Now that won't stop
don't
you
stretch
doing
too
the-
hard where you're
if
trying
you
where you're
in the
hurting
field or
yourself.
in a
But like,
room doing wow, this is
maybe if it hurts a little bit, like that might not be that bad. But
game.
try not
10
to
back.
like overdo
Then
it.
10 forward also. 10 forward just like this. So really, really simple. And then you can even take each shoulder at a time and alternate up and down, up. Roll your shoulders forward. It's straight down like this. Gamers, I think everything, it really is. So if you're having shoulder pain, maybe you're in a car while you're driving, while you're at a game, fairly committed.
I just like the idea of if you feel tension in your shoulders, recognizing it and shrugging it out a bit. I think that is the problem. What is the problem? Stretching? Like you stretch too much or too hard?
Hey everybody, welcome. It's Dr. Levi. I'd like to review with you today exercises that are specific for gamers and for those of you in the esports community. Hi, this is Dr. Levi, the fitness doctor.
Gliding
Muscles
exercise.
of the hand. For full expression, have your palm straight, then arm out. For the gamers out there, as well as for people who do a lot. Hi everybody, it's Dr. Levi. Thanks so much for joining me. Today we're talking about one very interesting question that I get almost every week, and that is, Dr. Levi, why are my hands cold? So let's go over a few basic fundamentals about this issue. Your hands may be cold due to the following. It may be because of anemia. It may be due to an autoimmune disorder like lupus.
Don't overdo it.
Rheumatoid arthritis. It may be due to a disease called Berger's disease or another one called Raynaud's disease.
Shout out Raynaud's.
All of these affect the microcirculation of the hands. With that said, if you have hands that are cold, decreased sensation in your hands, a feeling of numbness in your hands, a feeling that your hands feel gritty when there's no grit there, then it's really important that you go to your doctor and be seen and evaluated.
You feel like that, go to your doctor.
The goal of these videos is to give you some basic general information to help you, of course. That's my job, to be of service. But more importantly, to remind you about the importance of seeing your doctor on a yearly basis. It's so very, very important. Now, with that said, if your hands are cold,
I don't think I see my doctor that often.
When you get up in the morning, if you have that feeling, you can rub your hands together like this. For just maybe 30 seconds, just rub your hands together like this. Another thing that you can do that will help you a lot is just to open your hands, open and close your hands like this.
I feel like I do that a lot actually.
A set of 15 to 30 times, just 30 seconds of this, up and down, close. Then the other thing is to bring your wrist around the world, then back around the world. And then you can go back again and just rub your hands like this. Another thing would be to take, and when you get up in the morning, to go into the bathroom or the kitchen if you'd like, into the sink and put your hands in warm water.
I do that all the time. I have cold hands all the
I think
time.
Before doing any of this,
Especially
it's
in
so important
Canada.
to talk to your doctor to find out. Because if you have rheumatoid arthritis or lupus or Berger's disease or Raynaud's
Berger's
disease,
disease.
you know, they can diagnose that and then
How do I
maybe
properly
start
spell
on
that?
A proper medication
the-
protocol, a proper therapy protocol,
Berger's
a diet protocol.
disease.
There's so many things that we can do now
Okay.
on the what I call the buffet of human healing,
Swelling
and human
of
medicine.
small and
So much we
medium-sized
can
blood
do to help you.
vessels.
So if your hands are
Plot
cold,
formation?
number one,
Damn.
notify your doctor, let them
I don't
know.
have that.
You
Common
should
for
keep
ages
a
20 to
journal
50.
to note when your hands are coldest. Does it happen when you wake up in the morning? Is it worse
Well.
at night? Does it happen after you exercise, for example? These are things that you have to note because
Fun fact, I have like perpetually cold hands to a point where it's like really like hands and feet to a point where it's like really hard for me to go around in the winter. Like I would like come in from the winter and there'd be like no circulation in my toes and I'd be like, holy shit. Went to my doctor and he just like, oh, it's Raynaud's, and just like brushed it off. He's like, ah, it's fine. Like I don't know, like 10% of the population of the world has it, so like it's not a big deal. Just keep your hands and feet warm. It's like that's not helpful. So if anyone else in there and anyone else has like perpetually cold hands, before gaming, I like the idea of just like putting your hands in hot water to like physically warm them up, and then you can kind of stretch it out from there. Nilsson, I used to watch him when I had carpal problems. How did you fix your carpal problems? Did you use his stretching? And Nilsson, hi, good to see you. Nilsson, I don't believe I've asked you what game you play. What game do you play?
often we get emails or a code where you're gaming. And it may be due to other systemic problems you may have, like diabetes, for example, other metabolic disorders, or thyroid disorder. So I want to show you several things you can do that will help you to warm up your hands while you're gaming or texting or typing. So literally, you will have a bowl of water right in front of you, warm water, and this is the process you do. You put your hands in. Well, I only do it one hand. Actually, you do both. It's easy. Put both hands in the water and just make a fist with your hands. So again, your hands are in the water, just in and out like this.
Yeah, I just had pain.
And just hold them under the water. Just like this.
Fair.
And do this
It
for
seems
about
like
maybe a
just
minute,
simple
minute and a half.
stuff like
And just keep moving
even
your
like
fingers
setting
and
like a timer
hands
every
in the
hour and
water.
then stretching
Now,
out your
the other
hands
thing
and
you
like
can do is to
doing like a
bring your
5-minute
wrist-
hand stretching
again, your
routine would
wrist are
probably
in the
be a
water,
lot of help.
Back and forth like this. So in the bowl of water,
Back and
stay in the water, and then just back and forth like this. And their fingers will feel very cold, and they can even lose the tips of their fingers from this disease called Berger's disease. So now, if your hands feel very, very tight, that can often be due to being cold also, because what happens, think about it like this. You have joint fluid in your fingers and your wrists and your hands. Every joint in your body, there's joint fluid.
Joint fluid.
So if the joint fluid is very cold, then it's very thick. If you warm something up, think about it like candle wax. If the wax is cold,
like the
it's
wax
very stiff
metaphor.
and hard. If you warm it up, it becomes very pliable, very malleable, very flexible. It's the same with the fluid in your joints. This is the DIP joint, the PIP joint, the MCP joint. These are your wrist joints. So if you warm that joint fluid up, it will make things move easier. Now, you may have pain if you have arthritis, for example, rheumatoid arthritis or osteoarthritis, or if you have a repetitive motion injury to your hands or your fingers. However, warm water in general will definitely help you a lot. The other thing you can do is this, really simple. I just call this the heater. Just like this. Just bring your fingers and your hands together, just back and forth. Just like that. For like 30 seconds. Really simple, really easy.
What I should do,
Now,
I'm
when
having
doing this, you don't
shaking
want to have your
hands.
fingers apart. You want to increase the surface
Interesting.
area. Because when you increase the surface
Like there's
area,
like a
there's
natural
more
level of
warmth before
shake
you
that
get
everyone
warm
has.
faster. So instead of
No one has like
having your
perfectly
hands
steady
open
hands,
like
but if
that,
they're like really
fingers are
shaky,
together, thumb is down,
it'd be
just
like
back and
go
forth
to your
like this.
doctor, honestly.
You know, as if you're starting a
That could
fire.
be like a nervous system disorder.
Back and forth for 30
Could be,
seconds.
I don't know.
And then you can just do one hand, the back of it, just back and forth, 30 seconds. Then do the other hand, again, back
Or
and
maybe you're
forth,
like
30 seconds, and then both hands
maybe
together.
you've drank too much
Really,
coffee,
really
like
simple.
too
Now,
stimulated.
These exercises are really catered for someone who has this coldness in their hand, your wrist and your hands. Just flicking them out like that. Just flicker. Just like that. I'll be playing some of you gamers too, or most likely beating some of you down, so get ready for that.
Yo,
Game
Dr. Levi is
on.
trying to beat
Dr.
you.
Levi, I'll see you soon. Bye.
Podolsky, what's good? Today we're learning about how to keep our hands and wrists healthy, get more out of our practice with Dr. Levi. Podolsky, have you ever had any wrist injuries or like pains in your hands and wrists? Have you ever had to do like proper physiotherapy or any stretching routines for it?
Yo, look, I get it. My hands hurt sometimes, man. My name is Franco, and today we're going to be talking about hand, wrist, and forearm pain and what we can do to make it better. If you're new here, I created this channel.
Why did you watch him? Were you like, were your hands hurting or something? Like what inspired you to watch his video?
To combine what I do for work with my love for gaming. By day, I work as a physical therapy tech in the Army. When I come home, I stream on Twitch where I play a variety of games. Usually at this point in the video, I explain why you might be having
Give coaches for mobile in your gaming course. What mobile game are you trying to play? We do for PUBG. We haven't.
having these sorts of pains as it relates to
Yeah, Podolsky, I think like for like me personally and for like a lot of gamers, they don't actually have a lot of like wrist injuries or hand injuries or pains or anything like that, especially at like, you know, I don't know, at like casual level of playing. But I do think that doing hand and wrist warm-ups are really effective for getting our hands and wrists into like performance mode just to kind of get us warmed up, but also in between, if you're doing like aim training for like an hour or something, like how I've been doing, the hand gets like naturally kind of tight, and using specific stretching can just kind of like improve that performance again, like get your hand back to normal so it can like work at its best. Looking like hand and wrist warm up, yeah. Play COD Mobile. How's the research going? Vivo, research is going pretty good. Today we're looking at
gaming. But for this one,
hand and wrist warm-ups and stretching and trying to keep our hands and wrists
we put our hands in some
healthy.
weird positions that aren't
That also kind of ties into
We'll
yesterday's
play that
research
for
if you were
hundreds
there.
of thousands of hours, and it's pretty easy to see
Play
why
COD
you're
Mobile?
feeling like crap.
We could probably get you a
Luckily,
COD
these
Mobile,
stretches
coach.
are pretty easy to do, so you can do them at your desk, on the couch, and
I'll look
in
into that for you,
bed,
dude.
on the toilet. I don't care. I don't judge. So let's get to work. A little bit of pain is to be expected. Sometimes stretching just kind of hurts. What I like to tell my patients is, if you do something and it hurts, but that pain goes away within 30 seconds to a minute, well then that's fine. That's okay. That's pain you should probably work through. But if you do
Yeah,
something
yeah.
that
If you let your
hurts
wrist
an
or
hour,
get like that bad where it's like a
30
legitimate
seconds,
injury, then
that's too
it could
much.
destroy a
You're doing
career for
something
sure.
wrong. Stop it. We want to stretch.
Yeah,
but not
Podolsky, I
like
think that's great
we don't
advice.
want to make it worse. When you push yourself into a stretch, you want to do it gently, not just. I'm going to explain this in a pretty simple way. Go back and forth between these two positions until you feel like you've gotten a good stretch, and then switch to the second movement, which will be away from your palm and towards your palm again, but this time going to the side. This should help with any stiffness in your thumb as well as improve the range, and then coming back together with that thumb and pinky. If you can't spread your fingers out like that, or if you can't bring your thumb together, instead of
By the
doing
way,
thumb
I
and the
don't
pinky,
purchase
go down the line to your ring finger,
the.
your middle finger, your index finger,
You
whichever
didn't
is
purchase
most
the
comfortable.
course. I was
And
just
then,
curious.
as you get
Oh,
better
okay.
at this, you can work
That's
your
fair.
way back up until you can do
Well,
that
if you do get it, let me know.
if you're spreading your fingers nice and
You could even
wide,
use
kind of
the
reset,
Twitch
then
code to
you
get
should be
a
getting good stretch
discount
for
on
the
it.
rest of your fingers, not just your thumb. There's also a good strengthening exercise within this stretch. If you touch the pinky and your thumb and really push hard together, then you can move down the hand, doing it the same way for each finger. Moving up the arm, the next thing that we're going to stretch is our wrist.
What's
This last
forearm
stretch is
rotate?
going to be for your forearm. Your forearm can rotate in two different directions.
Stretching improves my performance in game.
Start
Yeah,
with
I think
your
that's actually one of the
hand
benefits I'm most interested in.
overhand grip on our wrist. Make sure
Because
that your
physically it
hand
makes
is
sense that it would
out
help you
to
maintain your
From this
performance.
position, rotate your forearm so that your hand is facing in.
I don't think
towards
my
your
parents
body.
would let
This
me.
would be
That's
in,
fair.
this would be out. We're trying to rotate this direction. So go ahead and
Honestly, I'd say a lot of the students that we get are usually a bit older. They usually are like between the ages of like 16 to like actually all the way up to like 50, I think. So usually they're people who have their own like part-time jobs, so that's understandable, dude. That's all right.
Out, not towards the body, but out again, and stretch that forearm in this direction. Once you feel like you've gotten a good stretch, go ahead and reset to the starting position, and you're done.
Like
So
that.
if you made it this far, go ahead and give yourself a solid.
Yeah, yeah. We got
That kind of looks like the like button.
we got some older people who are still trying to get good at gaming. Not aspiring to be pros, but just trying to like still play well and kind of keep up with their younger friends, and it's super respectable, man. I like it. It's crazy. Honestly, like usually the older people are take advice in much more effectively and are a lot more thorough with how they train. So I like the older people for sure. Cool. So we got that. Oh yeah, this was interesting. This image. Year old gaming, that's nuts. Honestly, man, when I'm 50, I'll probably still be gaming. I want to still be good by then. I want to be better when I'm 50. That's what's up, man. I honestly think for those who grew up with gaming, like I think for those who grew up with gaming nowadays, like Call of Duty and stuff and FPS games, when they're older and they're playing the same sort of like FPS game, assuming that's still popular in some level, they'll have so much more knowledge built up that they'll actually be pretty good. I think the idea of like older and sucking at gaming is gonna completely change with this generation. Of course, they won't necessarily be competing at the very top. The brain does legitimately slow down with age, but I think they'll still be like good enough to be in the top like 5 to 1% of players for sure. My reaction time would be so slow when I'm that old. Honestly, like people say stuff like that, but you'd be surprised how much of gaming that we play is not reliant on reaction time. If you can outthink the enemy and you have more game knowledge than them, and like usually when you're older, you retain that knowledge and you've developed more experience, usually you can rely on that a lot more. So people will still be in the top 1% of players when they're like 40 years old. I have a question. How can I improve my reaction speed? Great question. I haven't dove too much into that research. My initial thought when I think about that is honestly just playing the game or playing relevant scenarios and drills within the game, or like aim training that focus specifically on reaction time. I think that'd be like probably the most efficient way to do it. I know that there's some advanced ideas around it though, so I wanna do research into that, to be honest. There's a guy that lives near me, or a company that's located near me, that does that with sports players, trying to improve aspects like that. So I'd love to talk to him. 40 isn't old. That's what I mean. But like nowadays, people think like a 40-year-old gamer isn't gonna be good at gaming, right? And they think that's because their reaction time is slowed down. What I mean is like by then your reaction time hasn't really slowed down enough that you're gonna completely suck at games. I think people have that thought just because people who are like 40 and 50 now didn't grow up with gaming. But when we are that age, I think we'll still be good, assuming that we're still able to play. And Cool Smoke, I'm just seeing this. Tried the workout again. Retakes were better. Cool. Badass. That is true. Yeah, man, I've basically wrote like 2 videos that I haven't completely finished yet, that were diving deep into the research on like how the brain ages and why our generation will basically be able to still be good at gaming when we're older. And the research is so clear. Like as long as you keep practicing, the brain is really good at retaining skills that it once had. Don't be hard on yourself.
Make sure to check out the
Just keep more stretches. Cool. Tuna vid sick. To be honest, I wrote them like a year ago and then I just didn't get around to making them. Refresh the page accidentally. Oh, that's all right. I like, you guys will be surprised how many videos I have that are like half complete, but I just never completed them. So hopefully I can get on that and go back and finish them. My focus right now is going to be on like this whole aim training experience, but before those videos come out, I really want to make some performance psychology focused videos. I can go visit the performance psychologist that we work with through our esports elite program. He lives close to me here, so I'm gonna go do like a day trip with them and hang out with them, do like a full interview, and then use that interview to kind of use clips from that interview to add into some videos. I have about 2 or 3 videos that I think will come out of it. I have them kind of outlined and the ideas already set up. So the next videos on the channel, we're going to have some neurofeedback training video, which I'm really excited about. I don't think it's going to be like a popular video, get a lot of views, but it's like one of those like really badass things that are going to help people to improve faster. And it's a very advanced idea. So I think those are the things that excite me. So I'm excited for that video. After that, I'll probably work on the performance psychology videos. And then after that, we'll start seeing the AIM videos coming out. Great example is Counter-Strike Pro Forest, who is still owning even though he's like 35. That's what I mean, man. I don't think there's some pros who are 40 years old or older. Not yet, but I think that's like a generation thing. There's also the fact that like by that age, a lot of people just lose interest in playing. Like they've played so long and they want to do other things with their life, and that's completely understandable too. I think like the biggest reason that pros retire is just losing interest. And I don't know. I think if you play the exact same game the exact same way for like years and years and years, eventually you'd want to move on to something else. And some people just find better opportunities in working in industry or like working as or doing streaming, stuff like that. So it's completely understandable. But then like here's another thing, like also consider a game that is heavily reliant on reaction and reaction speed. I like first thing comes to mind for me are like fighting games. Fighting games are like pure reaction, and a lot of fighting game players are like relatively old. Like, let's see, Daigo, how old's Daigo? Dude, Daigo is like one of the best fighting games players ever. This guy's like 39 and he's still kicking ass. Like, and that's in a game that's like heavily reliant on like fast reactions. It's not a lot of like cognitive. It's not the same like cognitive process that you'd have in a strategy game or like a MOBA game, or you know. Like 2 to 3 months, Fortnite on iOS is banned. Holy shit! What? Really? That's crazy. I think I might have read a headline about that, but I didn't really think about it. That's insane. Yeah, I think fighting games are a lot more reliant on reaction time than most games. Okay. This concludes. Let's see, I'll add this into my Notion. Let's do. Reaction time is overrated. For most games, I think it is. I definitely agree. I think reaction is important when in games that are reliant on tracking while aiming, though, because if the enemy switches positions or moves, you need to be able to react pretty quickly. Like Apex kind of comes to mind. Like general reaction time, I don't think is that important. Sword. Okay, I'm gonna add this in here. Ooh. Requiem 626. Thank you, I appreciate that, dude. Also, Requiem, what game do you play? What is your main game of choice? Mateo's playing COD Mobile because Epic Games. Oh damn, Mateo's friend. I've noticed that having a fast reaction time can be beneficial to have in FPS games, though. I think it can be beneficial. Gotta go play COD Mobile. All right, take it easy, dude. Definitely can be beneficial. I just think a lot of people think it's more important. Like they think it's like the most important thing. I don't think it's the most important thing. Okay. Cool. All right. I got that. It's already 1:34. Okay. Want to see that. Training to dreaming. That was an interesting concept. Okay, we can look into stuff like that.
Yo,
What do I want to do? I'm gonna leave this on because this is relevant to what we're researching. Let you guys keep watching him. I'm gonna go make myself a nice green tea and get some water, and then I'll come back and we'll probably hop back into some more aim training. I think it's an important aspect to FPS games, but it's not like everything. Like you can still go pro and have an average reaction time. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. Podolsky comes in with the greatest wisdom, dude. Always impressed. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna play this and then I'll be back soon.
You may not know this, but I love astronomy. I used to do a lot more with it in the past, but I still love going outside and looking at the stars, and I really like teaching people about them. Whenever I used to be outside looking at the stars with someone else, I'd usually point up and show them a constellation. And almost always, they would point somewhere else and say, oh look, there's the Big Dipper. And just about every single time, they're wrong. No, actually, it's like way over there on the other side of the sky. Why am I telling you this? Because carpal tunnel is the Big Dipper. Ah, my hand's been hurting lately. Carpal tunnel. My fingers really hurt. Carpal tunnel. I think there's something wrong with my wrists. Carpal tunnel. I've started noticing my forearm is really painful. Carpal tunnel. And just like the Big Dipper, it's almost always not carpal tunnel. Today I want to teach you about carpal tunnel. We're going to go over what it is, things that you can do to prevent it, and some things that you might be doing currently that are actually increasing your risk of developing it. If any of this doesn't make sense or if you have more questions, I read every comment I get, so leave a comment down below or you can stop by the stream and talk to me about it there. I stream 3 days a week on Twitch and I love when people want to learn more about this stuff. There's also going to be a giveaway at the end of this video, so stick around if you want to learn how to enter that. I'm not looking to make you all experts in carpal tunnel. If you're looking for really in-depth information, there are a lot of great videos out there. For this video, I just want to give you a basic explanation of what it is. Bend your hand like this. Wherever your wrist creases is the general location of your carpal tunnel. There's a nerve that runs through that tunnel, and for various reasons, that tunnel compresses on that nerve, and it causes numbness and tingling in the thumb, index finger, and middle finger, as well as the top of your hand. Technically, the area is called the carpal tunnel, and the condition is called carpal tunnel syndrome. But for this video, I'm just going to refer to it as carpal tunnel. There you go. You more or less know what carpal tunnel is, but how do you get it, and are gamers more likely to get it? Too much compression to the carpal tunnel area combined with a lot of repetitive motions can lead to carpal tunnel, and if left untreated, it can be permanent damage. You can also develop carpal tunnel by having your hands and wrists in poor positions over a long period of time. So, are gamers more likely to do these things? I would say yes. Controller players are actually going to be less likely to develop it, but if you play with a keyboard and mouse, your chances are actually higher. But just because gamers are more likely to develop carpal tunnel doesn't mean that everyone who games is going to develop it at some point in their lives. That being said, it's important to know what to look for and what to avoid. So how do you know if you have carpal tunnel? I mean, what does it feel like? Well, normally someone with carpal tunnel is going to have numbness to the thumb, index and middle finger, as well as the top of their hand. You may lose sensation to that portion of your hand, and it's going to feel something like pins and needles. You sometimes have pain as well, but pain is not the main symptom here. The numbness is. A lot of times people have pain in their wrist or hands or forearms, and they mistake it for carpal tunnel when it's actually something else I'm going to go over later in this video. If you have numbness to your pinky or ring finger, that's also something else I'm going to cover later as well. I'm going to go over some quick tips on things that you can do and things that you should avoid to prevent carpal tunnel. Avoid using your mouse at the edge of your desk. This is basically everything that you could do wrong bundled into one thing. It's like a carpal tunnel recipe. This is extension and this is flexion of your wrist, and too much of either can actually cause carpal tunnel, but too much flexion is worse because it actually compresses that carpal tunnel. Add to that the pressure from your desk pushing on your wrist and forearm and all the repetitive motions of using your mouse. This is a carpal tunnel nightmare. If you use a controller, avoid resting your hands on the edge of your desk like this for most of the same reasons. Adjusting your chair or desk will help you keep your wrists straight, and this is exactly what we want, a straight or neutral wrist position. But having your chair too low and your desk too high will cause you to flex your wrists down, and this is a bad thing. But having your chair too high and your desk too low will cause a lot of extension in your wrists, and that is also a bad thing. Ideally, you want your entire forearm flat against your desk with your wrist straight. This may require adjusting your desk, your chair, or what's on your desk to make room for your arms. If you have a small desk and it doesn't allow you to put your entire forearm on the desk, you can actually combine your armrests from your chair. So if you raise them up and make them level with your desk, it's going to give you some extra room to have your forearm supported completely. The last tip I have, and this is going to sound like a weird one, but don't use a wrist rest. How many of you knew that using a wrist rest actually increases your odds of developing carpal tunnel? Do you remember what I told you causes carpal tunnel? Too much compression to the carpal tunnel area combined with a lot of repetitive motions can lead to carpal tunnel, and if left untreated, it can be permanent damage. Compression is the culprit here. Most wrist rests cause too much compression at the carpal tunnel and lead to a compression of the carpal tunnel area. If you use a wrist rest like this, well then it's literally compressing at your wrist on the carpal tunnel area. So don't use those. If you use a wrist rest for your keyboard, depending on how deep it is, a lot of them end right at the carpal tunnel area with this steep drop off, and that steep drop off causes too much compression and too much pressure to that area. A lot of us use various wrist rests to keep our wrists straight, and that's a good thing. But you're kind of trading one problem for another. You're trading a good wrist position for compression at the carpal tunnel area. When I heard about this, I was pretty confused, and you might be as well, because it kind of goes against everything that I had thought about wrist rests. I thought that they helped with carpal tunnel, and this idea was supported by the fact that when I use one, my wrists don't hurt, my forearms don't hurt. If I don't use one, I start to notice pain in those areas after typing on the keyboard for a long period of time. But was I experiencing numbness, tingling, and a loss of sensation to my thumb, index, and middle finger? No, I was just experiencing pain, and I think that's what a lot of people will experience when they don't use a wrist rest and why they think that it helps with carpal tunnel. But remember what I said about the symptoms. The pain is not the main symptom here, it's the numbness and tingling. If you're having that pain from not using that and having your hands in an extended position for a long period of time, you're actually experiencing the symptoms of something else. You and I were experiencing the symptoms of muscle fatigue. When you hold your hands in an extended position, you're activating the muscles in your forearm. It may not seem like it, but you are. Now, go ahead and squat, and when you get to the bottom of that squat, just hold it there and sit in front of your desk or wherever you play games and play your game of choice for about an hour. It's probably going to get tiring, and I bet it's going to be pretty painful at the end of it. And this is exactly what you're doing to your forearms. It's just a smaller muscle, and it doesn't seem as extreme as a squat, so you don't notice it at first. But eventually, it's going to start hurting. And when it starts hurting, that's when you're going to call your friends, and you're going to tell them, hey man, I think I have carpal tunnel. The wrist rest is absolutely going to help with this, but you have to understand that it makes carpal tunnel worse. But here's the thing. If you don't currently have nerve issues, that is to say that you don't experience numbness and tingling in your hands when you're at your computer or using a controller, then worrying
I
about
always
carpal
try
tunnel
to
like it's this thing that's
duck.
right around the corner.
Like it isn't even much
you have to do
information
everything
when
to prevent
possible.
it
Yeah, that's a
is
good thing to
little
do.
overkill.
I
Carpal tunnel
actually got a
isn't something
quote
that just
from
sneaks
a
up on you overnight.
six
It's
player
something that worsens over
and
time.
asked him if KD
and you're gonna
mattered, and he
notice those
replied, KD
symptoms as they
matters.
start to get worse
It isn't
because
everything.
You watch this video and you liked it and you subscribed and you left a comment below and you watched my
Right,
stream
right.
and all that
I
stuff.
agree. I
right?
think
You know what to look for.
they're an
now.
indicator of
Personally, I use a
performance,
wrist
but
rest
not an
because I get
indicator of
pain from
learning,
forearm
and those are
fatigue.
two
But
different things.
if I started to notice symptoms of carpal tunnel, well, then I would stop using it and I would start doing other things to prevent carpal tunnel before it got worse. If someone was going to make a wrist rest that prevented forearm fatigue and carpal tunnel, it would have to be something that had a constant slope from keyboard to desk, or it didn't end right at your carpal tunnel, causing that extra pressure. Or you could take your wrist rest and turn it sideways so that it supports your entire forearm, but then you would need two and it would look kind of weird. A free solution is to take a small
Okay, let's get into some aim training, boys. In between my aim training, I'm gonna do some hand movements, stretch out the wrist, and get the most out of my hand while I'm training. Okay. Worried about eye injuries. How do you think you would get eye injuries? Like, you mean like because of gaming or just in general? Further explain himself by saying that well, you had 1.5, 1.1 KD, didn't matter too much, but it starts to matter when you have a sub 1K kill death, because that might indicate that you can't carry your own weight. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, I think that's fair. Like, only be concerned about it if it's below like a 1 KD, because that means you can't carry your own weight. That makes sense. Yeah. Looking at a screen for too long. Looking at a screen for too long might make you might make it so that you need glasses to see at farther distance. I don't know if it would necessarily cause injury to the eye. Obviously also depends on your role on a team, but the point still stands. Yeah, that's a good caveat. It definitely depends on your role on a team. But yeah, no, overall I think that's a great point, because I think a lot of people overemphasize things like kill death ratio. Also, some background music going. Okay. Minimum 16, and I'm already starting to get floaters. Oh. Interesting. I don't think I've ever really had that. Is that from looking at a screen too much? I believe that's why I have them. I've been staring at screens my life. Yeah, me too, to be honest. But I don't know. I'd have to do more research into that, into the potential negatives of screens and how it could cause like legitimate damage. I know that I saw there's like in a video that we watched on stream. There's like some crazy statistic like I don't know, like 2 times more people are like nearsighted than farsighted now because of screens. Something like that. So it definitely it affects like your requirements for glasses to see at a farther distance. That's for sure. But as for like legitimate like damage, that's something I haven't really looked into. Oh shit, high score. Also started needing glasses a while ago. Funny enough, I found that when I was younger and I had to read more and do homework more, that was what like really messed up my eyes. Just like needing to look at stuff really closely for a long period of time. It wasn't necessarily the screen, it was just needing to look at stuff really closely. So I've needed glasses for quite a long time. being farsighted when I was a kid to being nearsighted now. It's interesting. Super interesting. Nearsightedness usually begins in childhood around ages 6 to 12. In the teenage years, as the eyeball continues to grow, it may develop or get worse quickly. Teenagers may need new glasses every 12 months or even more. Nearsightedness usually stops getting worse around age 20. That's interesting. I don't know, after 20, my eyes still continue to get worse a little bit. I think it's not as bad now, but I had to change my prescription for sure. Holy shit, I score. You're badass. Get those hand stretches in. Oh. Wrist twist. A little. Keep her going. Dr. Levi always comes in clutch for me. I had seen his name get thrown around a lot, but I've never actually watched his videos until recently. But yeah, I like it. Very like simple to understand. He's got like very specific routines. He's also just got that very like caring, nurturing father type attitude, which is like I think resonates with people. Yeah, I'd love to like get an interview with him and try to find out more advanced ideas that he might have. Stuff that he doesn't put in his videos. Maybe the science behind each of those stretches and why each are important. Be a cool video. I need this on console. Dr. Creeper. Dr. Creeper, first of all, I think you're new to the chat. Feel free to tell us what game you play. Apex and COD, but you're a console guy, eh? Also, Dr. Creeper, do you just find us on Twitch, or are you from the eAthlete Labs channel? Ah, Twitch. No way. That's really cool. That doesn't happen that much. Usually our Usually the people in the chat are across Twitch and YouTube, and find us through our YouTube channel, eAthlete Labs. It is it's basically like a science for esports and competitive gaming for those who want to get good and want to figure out the real reasons and real methods for how to get better. I guess the tagline is esports science for improving gaming skills and accelerating your esports career. But nonetheless, thanks for joining the chat. You're saying like you need this on console. If you play on PlayStation, I'm pretty sure you can get something kind of similar to this called Dreams. If you play on Xbox, then you could also do the other route, which is what a lot of console players do, where they'll hook up their controller to their PC and end up using stuff like Aim Labs or Kovacs, which if you had a high enough level of skill and you really want to improve your accuracy, I really do recommend that. I really do. Like when we do like coaching with competitive players, and usually if they're like already a good player but they want to improve their aim, that's what we'll recommend for them to do, and they see a huge difference. Yeah. Also, be curious to check out the YouTube channel. Throw that in there too. That's a tough one. I tried to play some console earlier and it was so hard. Oh, interesting. Well, I'm below average. I've been wanting to get better, but just the tools are not there. Have you checked out the YouTube channel? Like, I guess define like what is below average. Is it your aim? Is it your knowledge of the game? Is it your decision making in game? Is it your ability to play in a team with others? Try to get a little specific about that. Like, what do you think is your biggest weakness? Need more hand stretching. That last one, I could feel my hand being kind of shaky again. Oh, that's a tough one. I guess I was around average. Also, Dr. Creeper, like if you were really good at games, would you consider playing competitively? Like, would you want to play in tournaments and stuff like that? Aim, decision making, reaction. Okay. Only game I can play with controller is Forza now, which is sad. Well, I used to play a lot of controller or a lot of console games, so I feel like controller is pretty easy for me to pick up. Yeah, I would like to play in tournaments, but I feel I'd be snuffed out by younger players. Really, how old are you? We've had this discussion earlier today, which is the role of aging in esports and how there's a lot of like competitive players who are pushing 40 now. But how old are you? 34? Okay, man. Like what's your history with gaming? I think that's another important part to think about. Like, how long have you been playing games? Have you developed that like, I guess, like muscle memory in a sense, or a knowledge base where you can jump into games and you kind of know what to do? Also, Creeper, you could definitely do some aim training on with your controller. I feel like you should try that out. Even try Aim Labs. Aim Labs is free. Years of gaming, but it was fighting, adventure, and RPG for me. Okay, cool. I like it. It's always cool to see other people. Nice. Yeah, man, I think we're in an interesting generation where like all of us are gonna be like 50 years old and still probably playing games, and it won't be weird at that point. It'll be weird if you don't play games. Ooh, follow, thank you. Appreciate that. Should... I'd like to get to a point where I could turn it into a business. Dude, fuck yeah, do it. I think like there's so much opportunity within gaming and esports right now. I think that's one way that or one thing that I really like about so like with our channel, we're trying to help a lot of people who want to play competitively to kind of get better, and teaching aspects that eventually will help them develop like a mastery mindset and help them in all areas of life. And I think that's really cool, because then once people are like, I don't know, past their careers, they lose interest in competitive gaming, they can still build businesses within gaming or get jobs within gaming that they will truly enjoy, and they'll have that mastery mindset which will help them. So I'm a big fan of that, man. I support you, dude. I think there's a lot of opportunity. I think it goes for any of you guys watching. Like, careers within esports are like exploding right now. It's super realistic. Hey, by the way, I have announcements here regarding my team searching. Dude, I'm so excited to hear. Keep me posted, man. When's your birthday? It's coming up. I scored, baby. November 13th. Just need to sort some stuff out regarding the organization and the last player. Ooh. So I have this game on PC, but I'm confident on seeing results. Like, you have Aim Labs on PC. You're confident in the results you're getting on it. Need a sip. You're not confident in seeing results. Like, what kind of results are you trying to get? You mean like if you play Aim Labs, you're not confident that you'll get like improved scores with it?
I'll get straight to the point. I found marijuana in the house. And while I never thought of myself as the type of person who would have to drug play with kids, I'm willing to do just that.
Little sip of green tea.
Joined into this house.
Get me fueled up. Get some more high scores. Like Creeper, I just started playing Aim Labs. I guess I've like 3 days in. You can see by my aim goal, I was trained. I've played this game for 7 hours now, and I'm seeing results for sure. If you commit to like a set amount of time, even if it's like a 10-hour goal, you might start seeing results. I'm not going to see better score on it. Oh man, I think you are. I really do. I think it just takes like it takes a few days for your brain to kind of adapt to it. From personal experience. And I'm gonna be doing this for a total of 10 days, so you can stay updated with the journey and see what happens to me. You can see how much it actually helps me. Holy shit, I score. Like a month or two to see proper differences in game. Ah, really? Interesting. Because I haven't been trying to apply it in game yet, so I'm probably not even gonna play any FPS games until after this challenge, and then I'm gonna see subjectively what happens to my skill to see if I am suddenly insane. Have you seen any rapid improvements yet? Yo, Chili, good to see you, dude. I have in terms of my score within Aim Labs. My first week or two of aim training was the biggest leap. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting that I'm going to see the biggest results within this time. And I can literally feel it because the muscles that I'm using for aim training are muscles that I don't usually use, so I can feel them kind of getting worked on. I can even feel sometimes my hand being a little jittery. Pumped to follow and see how you do. Oh yeah, Creeper. This is about. It's about the experiment. And then Creeper, in between me doing aim training, I'll do a bit of research too. So sometimes that's a fun process. It's kind of interactive research where I'll try to look for new methods to improve my skill or try to understand the science behind aim training. And usually during that time, we just watch a lot of videos together and discuss what we find. Okay. It's kind of like lifting most of the improvements happening at the beginning. Yeah, I think that's fair. It's very fair to say. The other thing that I'm excited to find out is when those performance improvements kind of slow down, I want to figure out advanced ways to keep the progress alive. That might involve switching games and doing stuff on Kovacs, but I want to kind of dig into that process and experience it firsthand. Holy shit, high score. Damn. Sometimes during the drills, I don't feel that confident, and then at the end, I get a high score. It surprises me. Let's stretch in. Okay. Ooh. And learn how to bunny hop and shoot and slide. Look at that combination of things. Trying to do those all in a specific order or just individually. And I'm also curious, how are you learning them? Are you just trying to do it more in game, or are you like, do you have like drills set up to do that? Above average, above average. I like it. Holy shit, high score. Stuff. I score again. Dude. Controller player. I use Osu, an aim master, so I can get better and smoother thumb. Ooh. Does that make a pretty significant difference? Damn, you're nuts. Thank you, Requiem. I definitely wasn't a couple days ago. No, just dedicated. Dude, Creeper, you put it the best way, man. It's just putting in the time. Have fun with the aim training and research. Thank you, Podolsky, dude. Gonna try to stream more often again now. Oh, cool, dude, Podolsky. Feel free to link your Twitch if you're ever online. Have yourself a good night, dude. I used the other PC aim trainers when I was on PC. So what are like your best options for on console? I think you're pretty good though. Thank you, Requiem. I appreciate that. Shit, another high score. Damn, you're so friendly. Stop complimenting me. I can be mean to you. Say something mean and then I'll be mean to you. Cool, sweet. So we got another half hour. We can add that. We can add that to the tick board here. Let's do the aim goal. Got 7.5 hours on the board. 7.5 out of 30 hours. Playlist saved. Let's go routine, boys. Shuffle up the routine and get her going. I'm gonna get some more green tea. Let me take a sip. I meant it as a compliment. No. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I was gonna say something like nice in response, something like, "Oh, thank you," but then I decided it was too much. I was being too friendly, so I need to be mean now. Requiem, I think you're the friendly one. You're being too charming. Okay, above average. Console, I use COD by using custom games or going to trials. Sorry, English isn't my native language. That's all right. You play Kovacs? I have played Kovacs. I think a lot of people argue that it's better than Aim Labs, but I'm trying to see what the potential of Aim Labs is, so I'm exclusively using it for the time being, at least for this 10-day challenge. Rainbow Six just custom games. Yeah, like there's a lot of in-game tools you can use to get better aim for sure, and some would argue that in-game tools can be better than using something like an aim trainer. And if you have the right like drills and custom games set up, I think that could be super beneficial. It just really kind of comes down to the amount of time that you put into it, for sure. Cool. Requiem, do you play Kovacs? Are you a scientist or something? Did you go to university? Yeah, I played for like 20 minutes per day. Okay, that's a decent warm-up. So I'm not technically a scientist, but I'm basically like my approach towards gaming is how do I bridge science and gaming, just because I think those are like my two biggest hobbies. And so for the past few years, I've really just been creating a lot of content around that. I've done a lot of research. I've done a lot of esports coaching, and I think that has given me a unique perspective on how to improve someone's skills. I don't think I'm an expert. I don't want to pretend to be. So that's why I do things like this, where I'm still experimenting, I'm still trying to learn, and I think I'll be a lifelong learner, but every time I learn something, I want to teach it. So that's why I have the YouTube channel. That's why I'm doing this on Twitch right now. Although this live streaming thing is pretty new to me. This is day 3 of my challenge, so but yeah, my goal right now is to kind of teach other people how to become competitive players and use science to do it most effectively. Above average, not bad. That's awesome. Dude, I'm glad you think so. You should check out the YouTube channel too. Most people like that more. subscribed. Okay, dope. Dope. I like to hear.
Like I know there've been a lot of mistakes. We both made them. I apologize for my part. And all that nonsense in the past, I don't give a shit about that anymore.
Above average. There's an accuracy. Let's go. I play like total 1 hour a day. Oh wait, shit. I broke my tailbone, so I can only game standing up. That's interesting. This is a standing desk, so I do a lot of gaming standing up as well. That's interesting. I hope you heal soon. I play like total of 1 hour a day. Do you feel like after 1 hour you just like physically tired, like you just don't want to stand anymore? Ooh, above average. Standing up. I don't want to overdo it. Playing standing up is fun, but I'm a little too tall for my sit-stand desk. Okay, fair. Standing up. Yeah, I've had this like sit-stand desk as well that like goes up and down. I've had it for like a bit over a year now, and sometimes I just game standing up. I think eventually I get like tired of sitting. I just want to stretch out a bit. I don't think it really impacts my performance that much, to be honest. Like, if anything, just transitioning from standing and sitting probably helps my my overall performance. Just because sitting for too long is unhealthy. When I'm sitting, I probably am a little more hunched over as well, which blocks my oxygen intake. So generally, I think it's good for me to switch. Fortunately, I have the luxury of switching. I feel bad for you for breaking your tailbone, dude. My stand desk goes pretty high. I'll look into it. I'm 5'10", tailbone pain is the worst. Dude, we're the same height. That's crazy. My stand desk goes pretty high too. Can't even sleep on my back comfortably. Oh. Man, I hope that heals quickly. Mine goes to 6 feet, but it doesn't really like going that high. I'm 6'2". Ah, I see, Vivo. He feels got the good genetics. Chilling but slow. And basketball jeans. Can only imagine, bro. My nutrition was kind of bad when I was younger, so that probably affected my height. Fair, fair. I don't know, I feel like I ate well and I still struggled. Lucky I got the 5'10". Above average, not bad. 5'10" isn't too bad, I think. 5'9" is average in Canada. Yeah, I'm like super average. Breaking any bone is such a pain. Get serious with this gaming thing after breaking a bone in my foot. Oh, so breaking that bone in your foot kind of like pushed you into playing more. Is that what you're saying? Careful with overusing your wrist and just overplaying in general. Yeah, Requiem, that's a great thing to mention. We were actually looking into that earlier. Like Dr. Levi talks about how to properly stretch your wrist. In fact, I should be doing that a little more often. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to limit my aim training to 3 hours a day, which is technically like a relatively healthy level. The key is just I need to keep reminding myself to relax my wrist while I'm aiming. Sometimes having a more tense wrist helps me do better performance wise, but it kind of tires up my wrist more. So I'm just trying to keep it relaxed. And then I guess I just need to do more stretching in between. But yeah, thank you for trying to save my health. I appreciate you. Since it was during basketball season, so I had nothing else to do, and since my foot hurts while playing basketball still, I just play games now. It's actually really interesting how many like professional esports players used to just be very competitive in sports, and then based on an injury they usually start playing more games. It's just like a way to channel their competitiveness. So I think that's a, you know, there could be an inspiring story when you make it to the pro scene, Viva. It'd be pretty badass. Yeah, same here. 2018, as soon as I started feeling wrist pain, I stopped gaming for a month and used a wrist brace. After I slowly started back up again and haven't had a problem ever since. Yeah, man, that's good that you took a break. I think like a lot of competitive players will just try to push through it, and it'll make like a small injury into a big injury that they can't fix, or they'll need like surgery for. So yeah, I think like health comes first, dude. Respect that. Health is wealth, and wealth doesn't matter if you don't have health. Fair enough. Hey, getting teammates that don't use mics on maps that you can't make solo plays on. It's the most frustrating thing ever. Yeah, I think that's a common frustration, man. That really does suck. I used to play sports in high school, but now I want to see if the same competitiveness can transfer. Also, would like to see if there is a generic kind of workout regimen to put out there. Yeah, the competitiveness will probably transfer. Like competitiveness is usually kind of like a mindset. I always ask people that we end up coaching is if they have any like competitive backgrounds, because I think that's pretty important. Also would like to see if there's a generic kind of workout regimen to put out there. Like what kind of workout regimen do you mean? Like a physical workout regimen or like a aim training regimen? Like what kind of working out regimen? And what are the goals of the workout regimen? I'd rather be poor and in good health than a billionaire with a chronic pain. Yes, I'm of that mindset too.
I wanna be with you forever. Everyone loves
Okay. Sorry for the really bad grammar. No worries, dude. I think whenever I type in a quick message format, I usually have bad grammar too, so I'm used to trying to read through it. French Canadian, learning English in my spare time. Dude, that's very respectable, dude. I'm English Canadian, so I wish that I knew French, to be completely honest. That's okay. I'm native English speaker with bad grammar. Fair. Native speaker, not native writer. I feel like I'm the opposite. I feel like I'm better at writing than I am at speaking. I sound like an idiot when I talk, but when I write, I feel like I'm compelled to use perfect grammar. Above average, not bad, not bad. I think it's common among natives who have worse grammar than non-native speakers because non-native speakers put more cognitive effort into putting their thoughts into words. Obviously, both are capable, but it's just a funny quirk. I've heard that theory. I have. It's true. But to me, if you're mentally healthy, you should be physically healthy for the best results. So I would like to know, like, what the results of doing 3-hour aim labs, then go play a game like basketball or something to get physically moving and see how that goes. So you mean like you think like what's the ideal combination of like game specific working out as well as physical working out? If that's your question, I would say to be efficient, like the best thing is to do anything. Like if you do anything like play basketball or something, like that's a fun workout. The most efficient workout would be to do like high interval intensity training, which is basically like as an example, you'd be like sprinting for like 2 minutes and then you take like a couple minute break and then you like sprint and then take a break. That is like the best cardio workout you could do, and it's really good for your cognitive health. What I like to do is like a really simple medium, because high intensity interval training kind of sucks, to be honest. I used to do that when I did racing, like running racing. But I like to just go for like a jog every day, because it's like a casual pace, but by the end of it, like your blood's flowing, you get a lot of oxygen into you. Yeah. It's true, you sound like an idiot. Jesus. I think that there was a video on the Athlete Labs channel talking about the benefits of working out before training for the best results. Yeah, that was a recent video we did on how to get into the flow state. So that's definitely one mention. I love to do like a deep dive on why high intensity interval training is the best and what other workouts would be ideal for gamers. I should dive deeper into the science of that and make a video about it. Need to get back on that, honestly. Yeah, around this time of year for me, like I love running outside, but it's so cold in Canada right now and it's just miserable outside. It's always like cloudy where I live. So I there's a lot more willpower required these days for me, but I still keep it up at least 5 times a week, usually every day, to be honest. Cool, above average, good stuff. Yeah, high intensity interval training is a great time saver. When I like briefly did training for like a bike and run race, basically a triathlon for people who don't like swimming, and I had to do a workout every single day and I had to stay on it. But some days if I literally had no time, the best thing to do was like a 20-minute high intensity interval training, and the cardio benefits of that are like the same as if you did like an hour to an hour and a half of like running. So it was really, really convenient. I just go to the track and do some 200s and 400s. Dude, Vivo, that sounds badass. High score, boys. I feel like people who do cardio just lose weight without gaining much muscle. Yeah, that's very true. Honestly, I don't really care about if I have muscle. That's just like me. I know I used to be the type who did weightlifting purely. But I realized that I don't care about my aesthetics that much. I just like I love the runner's high. I think I'm just addicted to running. It's literally just an addiction at this point. Hog. Oh. I score again. I was the fastest runner in primary school. Yo, you must have been so good at tag. People must have hated you. I wonder if high intensity resistance training has similar benefits so you could get the best of both worlds. Potentially. I wonder. Or like high intensity distance training program. What's like an example program? Popping off. I imagine you could. Yeah, actually, like I don't see why not. I imagine you get like very similar benefits, man. I guess that's kind of like, would like CrossFit go into the high intensity resistance training kind of band camp? This seems pretty cool, but I know my hyperfocus will give on me after an hour. Fair. That's okay. Personally, I do a bit of cardio, but I don't want muscle imbalances, so I work my arms as well. Ah, fair. Give up. Typing is so hard. Okay, Creeper. It's alright. There's a stigma around CrossFit. Typeracer.com. It's okay, Requiem. Nightbot's a little angry, but I don't mind. An hour is the average amount of time someone can focus on something. I did not know that, Vivo. When we got sent to the Shadow Realm. Oops, my bad. It's okay. I don't mind. I think that's just like built into Nightbot, so it gets a little angry. I don't know how to turn that off, to be honest. That being said, I've already had like spam. I've been on Twitch for like a handful of days, and I've already had like 2 people come in as just like fake accounts and put in like spam links. So it does happen. How long have you been streaming? 4 hours and 33 minutes. Okay, cool. Cool. Still got another hour and a half. Hour and a bit of aim training to go. At least. I'll probably be streaming for until like 5-ish. Also do work with a team where you're on your own. How long have you been streaming? Years? Dude, I've been literally streaming for like a week. Like this is new. The YouTube has been going on for a while though. That's where most people know me from. The YouTube's been maybe like 4 years now. Yeah, I just started streaming. But do I work with a team? So big question. If you ever get the time to check out our website, we do a lot of things. We have like a gaming supplements, we have a course, we have coaching programs, and recently we started doing like neurofeedback, which is basically brain training for like usually players who are already at like a professional or semi-pro level. So within all of those, we have people that we work with, including like esports coaches, performance psychologists. On the supplement side, we have like manufacturing facility. On the front end, it's just me making YouTube videos, and then I work with an editor who helps edit the videos. But I'm kind of like the puppet master, which is pretty fun. Now the guy pulls the strings. Yeah, it's that whole thing, like all of eAthlete Labs has taken a long time to develop, but streaming is just like a fun thing on the side, and it's kind of cool. I didn't really realize how people would discover us through Twitch. I just assumed that it would only be fans from YouTube coming over, but it's really cool to see people discovering us through Twitch, and I'm glad you found us, man. chip shot. Is this supplement worth a try? I'd say so. It's basically like healthier, cheaper, more effective replacement for energy drinks. So it's kind of like a focus and energy supplement, but it also includes ingredients like ginkgo biloba, which help to improve memory. It's all research based, so that was kind of like the inspiration behind it. Creating something that's like cheaper and actually has research behind it. So we like honestly that's like a lot of people get E Advantage, so a lot of people love it, and you know, the research shows why. Next task. Straight pots again. This one is like one of the hardest ones for me, but I feel like it's really good practice. Getting better. How does the coaching system work? Is it like one-on-one session every amount of days, or is it some other system? No, that's more or less how it works. We basically, what we'll do is we'll do one assessment call where we kind of go over how much progress you're making, what your goals are, where you're at, basically figure out the initial things that you need to add to your routine in order to start improving more effectively. And then from there we set up a couple sessions with a performance psychologist who is honestly like a miracle worker when it comes to esports. Like he has like the magic touch with players. And then we'll assign you an in-game coach who will help do like VOD reviews and a lot more in-game specific things. And it's typically like once a week you'll have one session. So maybe 1 week it's performance psychology, and then next week it's in-game. And usually after those you'll kind of have your homework set out for the week anyways, so it's good to have that break in between sessions. I think I might try some. Yeah, Vivo, if you want to try some, I believe on the Twitch page there's the graphic down below that's got like the Twitch coupon code, so if you get it you can save some money using that code too. Same goes for the coaching session if any of you guys end up wanting to try that out. High score, boys. Yes, I love this. Definitely look into that. Personal accountability isn't my strong suit. Honestly, man, I think that's like one of the biggest values of having a coach for sure. It's just that personal accountability aspect. Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of like that too. Anytime I can get myself a coach for anything, I always do. Kind of weird, among the semi-pro community, there seems to be a stigma against getting a coach. They see it as if you're not worthy if you can't get there on your own. Dude, joke's on them, because the players who do get coaches are gonna end up surpassing them. That's like saying like, oh, like trying hard to get good is stupid. Like you shouldn't actively like study game knowledge or like do research or VOD reviews. You should just have natural skill. Like people used to be like that, and those people got surpassed by people who actually did their work and ended up trying to improve. Are you trying to get into esports yourself? I really like what I do already. I like just the idea of being like the esports science guy who's just trying to bridge the gap and help other people succeed in esports. I can't say I've ever really been like passionate about any game to an extent that I'm willing to train for it like hours and hours every day, but I understand there's a lot of people who are like that. So I just like being the esports coach and trying to create sports science for esports essentially. I score. Fuck yeah. That scores again. Scores again, dude. I always think of how far I've come so quickly in terms of skill level, and I use that as fuel and motivation to keep going. I'm somewhat easily encouraged, so I have to keep reminding myself, dude, that's awesome though. I've about 1K hours in TAC FPS, and I'm already in roughly the top 50% of players. Nice, dude. And I'm as good as people playing in CSGO I am right now. Dude, keep it going, Chili. That's fucking badass. Creeper, nice. Vivo. Bro, that's sick. CSGO is a pretty hard game. I also agree. I think I have 2K hours in the game. Best game ever, CSGO. Interesting. Maybe I should do a CSGO challenge. See if I can try and get decent at it. Bro, I can't type. Easily discouraged. That's fair. Cool, dudes. I have completed my next half hour, so I'm gonna update my my aim goal. Now completed 30 hours. I gotta head out though. All right, Chili, take it easy. Thanks for coming by the stream and chatting away with me. Appreciate it. Dude, that's what I'm here for. I'll motivate you as long as I can, dude. Okay, so it's currently 3:30. 3:30 my time. I have limited time today because I want to do I need to run some errands tonight. But I have another hour of training to do, which I will do. But maybe we can watch we can do like a 20-30 minute break or so, do a little more research of some kinds. I think I had some like just aiming videos that I was curious to check out. So we'll do that. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom and water break here, and then I'll be right back and we'll get into research mode for a little bit. All right, we're standing. What research did I want to do? Let's see. Probably switch it to research mode. I was just scrolling down this page to see what kind of came up. Yeah. I thought
Hello,
this
everyone.
came up. This is gonna be like an Apex specific video. I'm curious to see what other people recommend for aim training. Looks like he uses AimLab too, so let's watch this. Let's see if we can learn something new. Maybe we will.
My name is Ziamaro.
We'll save
and
the
welcome
actual
back to the
science for
channel.
another day.
So today I want to cover something very general but also very important, aim, and specifically aiming in first-person shooters on PC. So I'm gonna start by totally contradicting the point of this video. People really overestimate the importance of aim. Don't get me wrong, it is important, but there are other skills that get overlooked by some people because they're so focused on aiming. If esports were ever taught in schools, you'd probably learn about the first-person shooter fundamentals or something like that. They're a set of skills that transfer between games and they are, well, fundamental to being a good player. Those things are aim, movement, positioning, and game sense. So yes, aim is definitely right up there as one of the most important skills, but it's pretty common for people to focus so hard on clicking heads that they stand out in the open, they move predictably, and play too aggressively or passively when they shouldn't.
Vivo, first of all, good recommendation. Second of all, fun fact, I'm going to be interviewing him tomorrow for the video. If you have any questions you want me to ask him, let me know.
In that situation, your aim could be well above average, but you'll still lose spectacularly because you were standing in a bad spot and making yourself an easy target. Have you ever watched pro players and seen the difference in their accuracy between pub stomping on Twitch and playing against other pros in real matches? Their aim stays the same. They don't just get worse because they're playing against other good players, but
I've been
their
chatting with him on
accuracy
Discord a little bit
drops.
lately.
Why? Because pro
We have
players
like a
good
call set
movement
up for
as well.
tomorrow.
A good player can dodge shots just as well as they can make them, so do not neglect the other fundamentals. But with that being said, you need to have at least some level of aiming competence. You could have great, hard to predict movement and dodge a load of shots.
Yeah, we were talking about his
stand in the
career,
right spot, and
his
you can
philosophies on
perfectly
aim
predict
training.
when and where someone might come around a corner. But if you can't
I'll
move
end up posting like the
past
full
that
like
opponent's head, it's
interview
all for
on
nothing.
YouTube,
So let's learn how
on
to
like
aim.
the second
I'm gonna
YouTube
split
channel that
this
we have.
into a few different parts. So first, let's quickly start with gear and sensitivity. I'd actually like to skim over this somewhat because it's another area.
Yeah, I'm
that people
excited.
focus
He's got like a
so
really
much on.
cool
Having said
esports
that, if
career.
someone
I want to
says
ask him a
having
lot
good
about it.
mouse doesn't matter, they're talking crap. Of course it matters. But likewise, if some Razer marketer tells you that it's the difference between being thoroughly mediocre and pro or something to that effect, that's also a load of rubbish. Having a comfortable and predictable mouse is important, but it really depends on your techniques and requirements. Mouse recommendations are beyond the scope of this video, but if you're in the market for a new mouse, go check out Rocket Jump Ninja. I'll leave a link down below. The other thing to talk about briefly is sensitivity. This definitely matters, but there's a huge element of preference here. More often than not, people have their sensitivity too high rather than too low. A suitable sensitivity depends on the game you're playing, and as Apex Legends is kind of the go-to FPS for a lot of people right now, I'll just use that as an example. If you have a mouse set to 800 DPI, you should be aiming to have your sensitivity between 1 and 3 in game. If you use 400 DPI, double those values, and if you use 1600, then halve it. There are outliers players who have slightly higher or lower sensitivities, but the vast majority of decent players.
Oh, no
sit
way. I
somewhere
actually
in
didn't
that
know about
range.
him until
To cut a long
recently,
story
so
short,
that's
if your
really cool.
sensitivity is too high, small movements such as shivering or even slight adrenaline shakes can throw your aim off a lot. It's also easier to build muscle memory for a larger movement than a smaller one. Essentially, the lower your sensitivity is, the more consistent your aim will be day to day. But what some people don't talk about, because it's a much rarer issue, is overly low sensitivity. If your sensitivity is too low, it can lead to lazy aim. For example, it might take so much effort to check a 90-degree angle that you might just stop doing it. This is a really rare problem to have though. But if you're a CSGO player switching to, well, pretty much any other FPS, you might want to look at raising your sensitivity a bit. But for pretty much everyone else, it's unlikely that your sensitivity will be too low. And with gear and sensitivity out of the way, let's get on with the actual aim training, starting with building muscle memory. This is a term you might hear.
Am I gonna
getting
ask
thrown
him?
around a lot, but
I just have a lot of
so many
questions
people
about
build muscle memory through dumb luck.
basically
They
just
grind
exploring his
games
career and
think
then
they've
asking
built muscle
him
memory. To be
about
fair,
like just
it
like
does
general
to
aim
an
training
extent,
tips,
but it's also quite likely that you'll pick up a
philosophies
bunch
around
of
how
bad
to improve
habits by
aim.
doing it that way. Have you
Very
ever
like
seen those
general
people who
questions so
fake
far,
mouse
but I'm
movements
gonna
like
kind
a
of see
pro?
where
Like they
the
might use
conversation
flick
goes.
shots and
But if you have
advanced
anything
techniques and
specific
that
you
sort
want
of
me to
thing,
ask him,
but
then
when
I
you
can
actually
add that
watch
to my
them,
list.
it's actually kind of random whether or not they actually come close to hitting anything. Yeah, those people are trying to build muscle memory through dumb luck, and they're just watching the pros and what they do, and they're just trying to emulate it. Yeah, don't do that. If you're sitting there wondering what muscle memory actually is, in the context of gaming, it's stuff like how far you have to move your mouse to go from where your crosshair currently is to where your opponent is. It also ties into hand-eye coordination, the ability to see something on screen and for your arm and wrist to move in a way that gets you the result you want. If you're new to PC gaming or if you're changing your sensitivity, it's important to build...
I think it's important to define muscle memory. I don't know. His explanation's interesting. Basically kind of like pre-programmed estimation how much power is required. Mouse the optimal placement.
Muscle memory. I mentioned that you shouldn't neglect your movement positioning and game sense. Well, if you build good muscle memory, your aim will mostly just happen by itself, leaving you with much more time to think about everything else. This is basically what you're aiming for. There are many ways to train your muscle memory, like Anabots in Overwatch or one of the many aim training maps in CSGO. But the problem with a lot of these methods is they mostly train your aim on a horizontal plane. In CSGO, that's mostly okay because the game doesn't have a huge amount of verticality. But for Overwatch, Fortnite, Apex Legends, and many other more recent shooters, there are a lot of fast-moving and vertical elements to the game. So for that reason, I'd highly recommend checking out some aim training software like Aim Hero, or another one that I just recently discovered, AimLab. And I'm actually going to focus on AimLab because one, it's free on Steam right now.
Oh,
and two,
okay, the
it
really
has
boring
way
stuff.
more game-specific options than the alternatives. For example, you can match your sensitivity and FOV.
As in the
perfectly
boring
to
stuff
what you
is
use in
like
Apex
what
Legends,
this
Rainbow
video's
Six
about?
Siege, Fortnite, and others. Now, how you use the software is the important part. If you're just going to take the dumb luck approach, you might as well just forget about it. But if you really want to improve, what you really need to be doing is approaching it as a muscle memory exercise. And to do that, you need to, perhaps counterintuitively, aim as slowly as possible. Let's explain. If you're aiming as fast as possible, you might get better scores off the bat, but all you're doing is reinforcing bad habits that you might have. What we're aiming for here is better accuracy and confidence in your movements. As long as you have mouse acceleration off, which you should by the way, whether you aim quickly or slowly, the distance you need to move the mouse to get from A to B remains the same. So to start with, I want you to basically just aim like a bot. As slowly as you need to, drag the mouse from one target to another, with the main objective being not over or undershooting
Yeah, the
the
video.
next target. You want to set the
This
mouse
is like a
dead on the
decent
target
coverage of the
and then
basics.
shoot.
I've just
For this exercise, I'm
we've
using
done
the
enough
spider shot
research
mode
on
set
aim
to
training
shoot.
that
Honestly,
none of
that's
this is
all you
really
need to do.
super
As slowly
new.
as you need to, just go from one target to the
But to be
next
fair,
target to
if
the
I
next target.
really
Don't
didn't
worry about
understand
speed,
much about
don't worry
improving
about scoring
my
at the
skills,
end.
my
Just
FPS
try not
skills,
to
this
move
would be
the
like
mouse
super
past the
informative.
target or stop short. You want to
I
get
just
to the
don't think
point
that
where
there's
you
a
see
lot
target
of new
and you
stuff in
can
here.
confidently move
I'm
your
really curious
crosshair to
about
the
like
target and
advanced
stop
ideas
dead
around
on.
how to
And
improve
once you
aim.
understand the exercise, I'd also like you to completely tune out. Try not to think at all about what you're doing. There are two reasons for this. One, it helps you keep a bit calmer and allows you to train for longer without getting stressed out. And if you feel at all stressed when you're doing this, you're doing it wrong. Just chill out and don't worry if you suck at first. And the second reason is, in a real game, you'll have a lot more to think about than just aiming. So you really don't want to train yourself to tunnel vision on aiming. Aiming should just happen automatically. And by building solid muscle memory, aiming on autopilot will become easier and easier. And the great thing with this exercise is, as your muscle memory improves, you'll naturally start to aim faster. And the funny thing is, you won't even feel like you're going faster. And the great thing about that is, even if it takes a while, when you do start aiming faster, you won't have any bad habits like over or under aiming. There are quite a lot of other exercises in AimLab. Some of them are clearly aimed at Overwatch players. You've basically got a Genji mode, a Pharah mode, and a Tracer mode. And you can also change your weapons and stuff like that. Those features are all pretty cool, but honestly, I would just stick to the more generic exercises. Personally, I find the spider shot and micro shot to be the most useful. Micro shot is actually a really good one to try because while spider shot is useful for learning larger movements, more often than not, if your game sense is decent, you probably know roughly where an enemy might come out based on map knowledge.
I think that's
sound
more
cues,
for
and all that sort of
mechanics.
stuff. So chances are
Yeah,
your crosshair will
yeah.
already be
He's definitely
pretty
talking
close to where
purely
they
of
pop
like
out,
aiming
and for that
mechanics.
reason, training small flicks is really useful. So that's how you train muscle memory, but what are some other things you can work on? Let's take a look at aiming techniques. So what we've been working on so far is basically drag and flick shooting, which honestly, while the execution is slightly different, they're basically the same thing, just at different speeds. And a huge amount of aiming will be done using these techniques, particularly with semi-automatic weapons. However, with fully automatic and beam weapons, you'll also want to learn a little bit about tracking. The weird thing with tracking is the actual technique is basically the same as drag aiming, but the execution is almost entirely prediction. When you track an enemy smoothly, you're actually predicting their movement, not reacting to it. Otherwise, you'd constantly be behind where they actually are. So if your flick aim is good, but your tracking is bad, chances
Caps,
are
good to
it's
see
not
you,
an
dude.
aim
How you
issue,
doing?
It's a prediction issue. And the only way you're going to improve that is to actually think less about your aim and more about what movement your opponent might make next. There is a workaround, however. So let's quickly take a look at a relatively new technique called microflicking. This is a technique that was popularized by a few Korean Overwatch players. It's a technique that takes all the prediction work out of tracking someone, and it's really quite simple. Basically, instead of smoothly tracking someone, you make a series of small corrections as your opponent moves. Depending on the game and the weapon you're using, it's often accompanied by tap shooting too. So instead of just holding left click and emptying your clip as fast as possible, you shoot in bursts every time you make those tiny corrections. This is actually a very useful technique for Apex Legends, where time to kill is long and damage per clip is relatively small. Even though it might take longer to empty your clip, by using this technique, your accuracy will most
What are you up to
higher,
today,
so your
Caps?
chances
What are your
of
goals for the
one-clicking
day?
someone can improve a lot by microflicking. Smooth tracking in a perfect world looks a lot nicer, and it can be more effective. But the more skilled your opponents, the harder they'll be to track. So microflicking can be a really useful technique to learn. One other thing to quickly mention is projectile aim. This applies to a bunch of Overwatch characters, and a ton of games only have projectile weapons, including Apex Legends and Fortnite. Your actual mechanical aim techniques remain the same whether you're using projectiles or hit scan weapons, but with projectiles, there's a focus on movement prediction. You have to predict where your enemy will be by the time your projectile reaches them. Again, the more you can aim subconsciously, the more time you have to make predictions. So forget about the mechanical aspect of aiming and focus on predicting movement. So we've focused a lot on theory and exercises, but as soon as you jump into a real game with opponents who actively try to dodge your shots, all of this stuff seemingly goes out of the window. And in truth, yeah, it does. The reason you build muscle memory is so you don't have to think about it when you get into a game. And if all you do to improve your aim is exercises, you will become a pretty lousy player. So another important part of your training is deathmatch. Lots and lots of deathmatch. Honestly, there's just no substitute for it. You're against real players, you have little to no downtime when you die, rely on all that training that you just branded. But don't just try to survive, try to kill.
Yeah, I think like, again, if I were watching this video for the first time, didn't know much about aim training, there's a lot of really good advice in there. Nothing super new. I like that, like, the term muscle memory is definitely mentioned a lot, so I like the idea of trying to like break that down a little further. His definition was just pretty, I don't know, it wasn't super great. So I like trying to figure that out scientifically. Like what the science definition is going to be, and I'll do a little more research in that. The idea of focusing on habit formation first, that's definitely a repeated tip, but it's something that I need to definitely mention to people. What to focus on and how to focus on. We did a lot of research one day on external cues and why we should focus on that. But I like the idea that when you are transferring that into the game, you also need to make that a habit rather than just when aim training. Smooth versus micro flicking. So even if micro flicking is a useful tactic in their game, if they're new to aiming, I would say focus on smoothness first. Those are some of the tips that I kind of took away from that. Don't really have one today. Caps, dude, you need a goal. No, it's fair. It's fair. Are you just kind of playing to have fun today? Or are you even playing today? Are you just kind of chilling? Yeah, it's almost 4 o'clock my time. I guess, like, what is like muscle memory? When people define muscle memory, ability to reproduce a particular movement without conscious thoughts acquired as a result of frequent repetition of that movement. Yeah, I guess that's like an overarching view. Muscle memory specifically in game would just be the ability to, I don't know, like unconsciously predict how much effort or how much energy is required to move the mouse to, I guess, as they say, like flick or move to the target. Think about a more coherent definition of that later on, but I think that's good to define, because that's a term that people throw around a lot, and they throw around saying that like it doesn't exist, like muscle memory isn't a thing, but I think it's because they have the wrong definition of it. General aim training tips. I'm gonna add this to my general aim training tips. Just relaxing a bit. That's chill, man. That sounds good. We'll add this to my general. And just add like a side note. It's important to find what it is and what it isn't. Okay. Let's highlight habit formation, muscle memory. What to focus on, and specifically I like the idea of how to transfer it. Smooth versus micro flicking. So micro flicking might be convenient in some games, but I wouldn't try to emulate that at first. Cool. I seen Osu video in there. Wait. Here. See if someone's made a video on can Osu improve aiming. Actually improve your aim. Benefits of playing Osu.
Hey, what's up guys, this is Mirai and today I'm going to discuss about the benefits of playing Osu. Wait, there's actually benefits for playing a rhythm game that only clicks circles? I mean... Well, just hear me out, alright? Just hear me out. Enough of the talk, let's just get right into the video.
The technique video.
Playing Osu can improve your reaction speed in general. What do you mean by reaction speed? Actually, a lot of my friends, they downloaded Osu not because they like rhythm game, but because a lot of big YouTubers, big Twitch streamers say that if you are playing a lot of high AR song, you are generally improving your reaction speed. If you are playing a really high AR song, the circles appear really fast. Make sure your reaction is fast enough to catch up, and of course your accuracy gotta be accurate enough, but overall it's kinda like reaction speed in general, if you get what I mean. Now the second benefit is that Osu, it actually works as a song library. You might ask, what do you mean? Is it like Spotify? Well, not really Spotify. It kind of works as an MP3 player, or like I said, a song library. Boot up Osu and you are ready to listen to all the songs you have downloaded. Press V to skip to next song, press C to pause, press X to play, and press Z to go back to the previous song. Those are really handy and helpful shortcuts that I use from time to time. And I was like, what the fuck is that?
I don't think this is that relevant to FPS, but the reaction time benefit is interesting. A way to, let's see, action time, add a question mark, cool, acuity, in there, what else might have improved? I guess just like general hand speed.
Corny Boy here. What you're about to watch is me testing out OSU and playing it
OSU.
for the first time I played it to about a week later, and how much I changed and did it improve my aim at all? I don't know. Watch and find out. And before anybody gets butthurt and everything and says, OSU is just not one of them training games for your aim, I fully believe that. After playing the game, I absolutely love the game and I will continue to play it. I don't know how like I see people like doing crazy on this game and stuff. I don't know how they time everything out perfect. Like damn.
There's also some theories about how like 2D games won't be able to improve a lot of aspects of aiming the way that 3D aiming games will, but I don't know. I think this would be good for just like the basics of like reaction time and hand speed for sure.
Shit, man.
Like there might be more efficient ways to improve those, but if someone enjoys playing Osu, then like I can see the value in it. It definitely makes your eyes have to like keep up and keep looking for things.
Game, and I was just gonna use it to get my aim better and to do a nice YouTube content video, but I really enjoyed the game.
Target acquisition, yeah.
I gotta finish out the video. Will I believe it'll improve your aim? I do believe it will. Not at these levels of songs though. I believe it will at higher levels of songs. Higher levels of songs, I believe it will improve it drastically. But also, I did note one thing that this did give me. I felt as I transferred to other games, my reaction time was so much faster than what it was when I started on OSU. So keep that in mind. If you guys did enjoy this,
I think if the circles were smaller in it and it forced you to be more precise, it would have a lot more benefit for aim training. And I wonder if they have that within the game. kind of like question thing, but the mod Hard Rock. Okay, I could see that being a mod. Some maps have smaller circles. That could help with precision for sure. How to get good aim on mouse keyword. I think a lot of these like generic videos about how to get good aim aren't really as full. They usually just have pretty like general overviews. Since I'm relatively pressured for time, I'm gonna hop back into playing Aim Labs and try to power out my last hour of the day. So let's go back into game. We're gonna hop out of research mode here. I'm gonna ask Ron Rambo Kim, the FPS coach himself, what he thinks about Osu. I'm very curious to hear his thoughts on it. All right, let's escape. Shuffle. Osu best aim trainer. Some arguments around that. I don't know if everyone would agree. I think it has potential, according to my research. Is that a bias? Is that bias research? All right, let's get her going. So what is that? Rhythm game. Yeah. It has like a kind of a cult following too. People really like it. I've yet to try it, but it could be fun. Yeah. You're bored of aim trainers? For sure. Speaking of, get some music on. Like, I think, I forget who it was, but there's like a video I was watching on like some professional player. I think it was like a professional CSGO player. His like warm-up routine included Osu, and he was like religiously for it, and he thought it like got his like mind ready to react fast. I think ever since I saw that video, I've been kind of convinced that it has potential. I don't think it's like the best aim trainer, but I think it's good if you need to specifically improve things like reaction time. Has potential to improve maybe like visual acuity and forcing your eyes to get faster and to kind of look for things faster. Yeah, I don't know. I think it has potential. Potential alongside aim trainers, not as a replacement. Oh, Overwatch. Maybe that was it. Yeah, sure. Using your eyes for aiming is very important. I agree, Caps. I really do agree. I think that's something that I need to work on personally. I've noticed my eyes can be kind of slow. High score, boys. I'll just say not to do it. Well, I never learned. I think it's more for tracking than aiming. Learn how Dallas fuels affect trains. Back to
Fact is a hit scan god. Fact ends this next fight before it starts.
Yeah, Fact reigns supreme. The man is a monster. Oh, it's an effect. He said, "Bring me another."
한국에 에임이 좋은 선수가 한 명 있는데 그 선수가 에이미어를 하는 거 보고 따라하고 오스도 하고 따라하다 보니까 이게 굳어버린 건데 아침에 연습실에 처음 오면은 이제 조용하기도 하고 저 혼자만 이렇게 집중할 수 있어서 좀 더 연습에 확실히 효과가 더 있거든요. 그래서 오스를 1시간 정도 하고 오스는 제 손을 제대로 풀게 만들어주고요.
to warm up his hands.
연주가 아니라서 그 에임이 다른 사람에 비해 많이 딸렸어요. 그래서 딜러를 하기 위해서 이런 연습을 많이 했거든요. 에이미어로도 30분에서 1시간 사이를 하고
Aim hero, 30 minutes to an hour.
게임인데 지루해도 참고 해야죠. 확실히 에임에 느는 건 확실합니다. 오버워치 내 캐릭터를 상대로 에임 연습을 한다고 생각하시면 실제 실전에 돌입하기 전에 뭔가 잊어버린 감 같은 거 찾는 거죠. 그래서 에임 연습 정말 좋죠. 프로게이머는 이제 연습을 안 하면은 실력이 계속 죽기 때문에 꼭 중요하고 이렇게 큰 대회에서도 하려면은 이 정도도 안 하면 이렇게 큰 오버워치 리그에 올 수가 있겠었습니까 제가?
It's a bonanza for effect. Who's next?
Dude, interesting. The only OC map he plays. One could argue that his practice in Aim Hero is more important than Osu, but maybe he just really likes Osu, and it definitely would help with like warming up his hands, like the physical warm up. I don't know. feel like I should like try that as an experiment at some point. See if Osu can help me. He plays it for fun as well. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you meditate? Yeah, I do. Actually, these days I've kind of replaced my meditation with neurofeedback brain training, which I will make a video on eventually. I'm actually midway through making a video on it. I talked to a neuroscientist, was it 2 days ago? Who's like an expert in neurofeedback, and that'll be in the video as well. Oh, bro, how many videos do you have that are halfway done? You have no idea, dude. Immediate videos that are halfway done, just a few. I have like videos that I want to eventually. We got the chill music today, no Korean music. Yeah, sorry, Vivo. I'm in a chill mood now. I feel like actively working on like only a couple videos right now. But there's a lot of video ideas that I like completely laid out like a framework for the idea. I got like a surface level of research done. I just need to spend like 5 or 6 days doing like the full in-depth research and writing it. But yeah. The other thing about the videos too is even if I wrote them fast enough, like the video editing process, which I now have a video editor for, it still takes her like 3 weeks to get them out to me. So, and I don't want to like rush her process and like ruin the quality. So, I don't think it'd be realistic for me to like try to make videos faster or like try to prioritize quantity over quality in any way. I don't think it would work even if I tried. Not trying to rush or anything. That's fair. I wish they could get done sooner, or faster. To be fair, the old upload schedule was like once every like 4 to 5 weeks, and I'm now being more consistent with every 3 weeks. So that's a big upgrade. Still seems to take a while, but it's a lot faster. High score, boys. That's how it's done. We're going to see the full interview on the second channel, though. Hell yeah, dude. He'll be there. Love your dedication, man. Wish I had more of that. The dedication comes from, like, my motivation is from you guys, you know? All the love and support is huge. High score, boys. Listening to music help with learning? It could. You see the recent video? Recent video, I think it's our most recent video on eAthlete Labs, talking about music and gaming, and I believe we cover the idea of music with general learning as well. average. Not bad, not bad. Alright, I have to go. Enjoy the rest of your training. Thanks, Viva. Thanks for stopping by. Have yourself a good one. See you in the next stream, hopefully. What's your sensitivity at? It is currently at Valorant sensitivity of 0.4 and then DPI of 800. Clasher, dude, good to see you. Welcome. Above average. Yo, are not seeing me. You are reading by text. There you. Good to see your it's good to see your text, my dude. OC. Good to see that you joined the chat and that you're interacting with us. That's what's good to see. Does gaming while sprinting on a treadmill help? Multitasking God? Dude, that would mess with your mechanical skills quite a bit. Just shaking the whole time. I imagine like there are people who have standing desks with like small treadmills under them where they're just constantly walking all day. And there's some theories that because you constantly have like sufficient blood flow to your brain and you're constantly walking, that it would improve your cognition. So maybe for something like learning game knowledge or studying your VODs, like it might actually help with something like that. But as for actual performance, I think the body needs to be relatively still for that, so I don't think it would work that well. Our brains are not made for multitasking. By the way, what's your typing speed? I have no idea. I've never really tested that. It's probably like average. Brains not made for multitasking is technically a fact. It's very true. But to be fair, something like walking and thinking is not like too difficult for the brain. Like multitasking, when people say the brain's not meant for multitasking, it's like they can't think of two things at the same time. Like it's hard to like play chess and have like a full fluent conversation on the phone. You could do both at the same time, but you're kind of sacrificing your cognitive resources for both of those tasks. You're doing each of those at like half efficiency. But walking is kind of like an automatic thing, so it's not that bad. Over time, what do you mean? I read 2 books at the same time. 1 eye for each book? Dude, I wish I had that skill. My research would be done so much quicker. Anyways, good luck with your training. Gotta go. All right, Requiem. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by and thank you for making this fun for me too. I hope to see you in the next stream, dude. Shit. Damn it. High score. Fuck yeah. That's good. Good run. Felt smooth. Gotta get that stretching in. That wrist stretch. Holy shit, high score. Damn. Good stuff. Sweet. Done another half hour. Let's update our hours trained. 8.5. Whoop. 5. .5. Cool. Yeah. So the rest sitting down. I really feel like today I'm doing a lot more hand motions now that I'm inspired by Dr. Levi. Not a specific routine, but just trying to stretch my fingers and wrist out a bit more in between aiming, and I think it really helps. I think it really does. Some of my, like, if I aim for too long, or I'm training for too long, my wrist really kind of feels tight, and it starts to affect my performance a bit. I feel like just actively just like spinning my wrist, flicking my fingers around, stretching it out has really it's really helped today quite a bit. I recommend it. Shit. High score, boys. That was a good run. I like that one a lot. I just need to get my accuracy. Is average time on and accuracy the same? I don't know the difference. I need to keep pushing for that. Max Paz. Hi, how's it going, dude? How you doing? Yo, Max, I don't think I've seen you much in the chat. Tell me about yourself. What game do you play, and what are your esports goals? Are you trying to be a competitive player? Do you just play casually? Tell me a bit about yourself. Holy shit. High score. We done there, did it? Fuck yeah. I think I'm near the end of this. Probably one of the last few drills we got. I score. Love to see it, dude. Definitely, it naturally switched off my lo-fi playlist. I think it was done. But you can listen to some slow Joji music. I'm okay with it. Creeper, how you feeling now? Feeling kind of tired, to be honest. A little hungry, but I don't feel too bad. Like physically, my wrist feels okay. Quite honestly, I think it's been nice for me to like stretch it out every once in a while and try to consciously relax my hand. Getting pretty good longevity out of my wrist today, which is nice. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I'm just kind of almost looking forward to whenever this is over so I can go eat some food. Cool. That is it. Now we can go ahead and update my goal. 9 out of 30 hours complete. Feeling good about that. So that is it for today. Day 3 is over. For everyone still sticking around or anyone watching the VOD of this, thank you. Appreciate you guys. We met some cool people today, including you, Creeper. This was a fun day, and we got lots of aim training done, a little bit of research, and I'm excited to see what happens in day 4. So hopefully you guys come back, stick around, and enjoy watching the progress, because this is pretty fun. But for now, take it easy, guys. We'll see you later.